Hi, friends. It's me. It's me, Scott. Um, oh boy. Okay, yeah, we're gonna take a dog break. We need a break from the dog. The uh, the thing is, I heard it back from the dog author, and it turns out that there just was this breaking change to the way direct objects handle routing that broke dog, and now the dog's okay. Dog's better. Dog's good. I think I pushed it. It's in, I guess, my staging environment, one might call it, although I haven't really figured out how their environments work. This new environment feature. Anyway, whatever. We don't need to talk about that stuff. Uh, in summary, my bitrate is 0. My bitrate is red in Twitch. I'm going to ignore that, I think. Why, why would I be having bitrate problems? I don't know. Anyway, I think maybe we have the dog figured out. It's been a long battle. I still am very hesitant to deploy it. I think we just need to spend a good chunk of time tomorrow, like updating documentation, updating stuff, and then like really trying to test a bunch of scenarios. Um, what I need is for Life is Yours to write a bunch of unit tests, obviously, is what we really need. Um, It'd be annoying to unit test, I guess, because we'd have to do like the Amazon token stuff, but we could probably figure it out. Anyway, I mean, it's hard actually. It's not simple. It would not be simple to test because there's the scenarios you want to test are pretty different. Logarithm, how's it going? I don't know, why is Twitch lying to me about the bitrate? Anyway, I don't want to talk about Cloudflare anymore because it was so frustrating. But anyway, it seems like it works. Maybe we'll try it again. Let's go to a world where everything works perfectly, which is this world, where all of my factories are perfect and streamlined, and there's no issues whatsoever, and there's no shortages of anything, and it's going to be easy to make these thousands of end game items that we need to make. None of that is true. None of what I said is true. But instead of spending a bunch of hours, I mean, look at that sulfur coming in. It's kind of suspicious. Wait, why would the sulfur? Wait, what? What was I doing? Why would the sulfur look like that? Was I in the middle of doing something? Oh no. Maybe I was in the middle of doing something. Well, you know, uh, here's what I think I was doing. I thought I finished this before I quit, but maybe I didn't. There's a thing I just haven't quite figured out in this game. And maybe there's just not a great solution for it, is how would one being me, could these be Mark III? I don't actually know what speed these should be. Those are Mark III. I kind of want to say this, let's just make this really slow. Have our overflow be slow. Yeah, so the issue is there are these scenarios in which you will have too much of a certain resource and it can really gum up the works. So in this case, I have these drones that come in to drop off sulfur. And that's great. Like this drone is going to drop off sulfur, I think. I think that's what's going to happen. Yeah, so we should see some sulfur appear. We should see some batteries disappear. That's what we want. We kind of really don't want it to take all the batteries, but I don't know. There's like certain kinds of regulation that are hard in this game. But whatever. It's going to take those batteries. Wait, which drone was that? That was... Why did the sulfur drone just not drop off sulfur? What? Wait. What? Why? That was the sulfur drone. That must have just been the battery drone, right? I hope. Now we're en route to the home airport. Okay, maybe that was... Is this the sulfur drone? I hope this is the sulfur drone. Anyway, it gets really hard. It's hard enough to like meter this stuff, regulate whatever word you want to use. Just when you've got a factory, but when you have the drones involved, I'm finding it much more complicated to like work out the perfect math. Volume seems kind of loud, doesn't it? Sorry about that. Let's pull things back a little bit. My apologies. So, wait, where did that drone go? Wasn't there? Hang on. Oh look, somebody hung a little a Christmas wreath on my pole. How nice of them. Wait, now that okay, the drone's here. Okay, that drone dropped off sulfur. So here's the issue: if this drone drops off so much sulfur that it totally fills up these bays, then we're in trouble because it can no longer drop off more sulfur. And if it can't drop off more sulfur, we kind of end up in this broken situation because it can't, I think it just sits there and lands and just waits until it can drop off sulfur. It doesn't fly away, it just sits there until it can get rid of its sulfur, which is a problem because then the drone whose job it is to ferry batteries back and forth can't do its job, which is, you know, it's kind of a problem. So what I'm trying to do is just make sure that we never fully get backed up on sulfur. And I'm trying to do it, you know, we're actually using some sulfur. We're using 100 sulfur a minute between the two of these, but we're getting like 300 sulfur. We're just getting too much sulfur. And there's no really obvious, straightforward way of how to limit this. Really, the thing to probably do is the thing that I had done before, and then it felt inelegant, but maybe inelegance should not be a concern here. Maybe the way to actually avoid this problem is to just make another drone port. I can't. I don't have the goods. But that's probably the thing we would need to do long term, is just that way we know, even if we get gummed up, you know, we're like, we've got a backlog of sulfur and we can't do anything about it, we'll call it okay. Huh. That must have been a dead drone. I don't want to keep this. Yeah, so if we get too much sulfur, that plane will just be grounded and it will be fine. It won't block the important battery deliveries. But I don't have the gear on me at the moment to make that happen. I also have so much sulfur that I just don't think I need any of, because if I need sulfur, I mean, we're literally just throwing sulfur in the trash at this point. The thing I'm a little worried about is that, so I created this sulfur overflow that just dumps into this resource sink, which is a certain kind of building in the game. And I'm kind of worried that I will throw away so much sulfur that I won't have enough, that I won't actually have enough. So what I try to do is make sure that we're always trying to fill this thing up, but that we throw half of it away. But that doesn't feel quite right. In fact, maybe we should just do the thing. Maybe we should just go build the other airport. So these giant Christmas presents around. I think I picked up some. Maybe that save didn't save though. Okay, now I have some. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with them though. Is like, am I gonna go back to my home base and there's gonna be Santa? Let's go to home base. Let's clean out our inventory. Let's plan to build this other drone port, just so we don't have to worry about the sulfur situation. And it'll be great. Let's go through all of our power poles. So festive. Okay. Okay, we're building up some speed here, which feels good. I might have made it too quiet. I'm gonna say went a little overboard. Okie dokie. So, man, that dog stuff. What the thing that's most... What's going? Oh my gosh, it's Jates. I, w- I was so shocked to see who it was. I said, "What's going?" instead of "What's going on." Hey, Jates, what's going? What a rare visit. Hang on, I have to find a way to give you some kind of crown or something. How can I give you? How can I like bless you in some way? Can't I? Can I not? Can I not bestow a blessing on you? It'd be a real disappointment. I thought I could like give you a nice crown or something, make you VIP. What is going? I don't know. It's hard to say. Um, there's presents falling from the sky, so that's going. There's a thing that Ben always said. Ben's not here this evening. Right? If I ask Ben how's it going, he says it's going, but it's sort of like in this in this mildly distraught way, where I don't know, makes me worry about Ben. Jates, I'm so honored you would watch this when there's no teen drama. There's no teens even in this game, as far as I know. It's not the Hunger Games. So this is a game. I don't know what you would think about this game. So let me get out of this tube and I'll show you what this game is all about. Basically, you land on this planet and the game is like, hey, you need to get 10. You need to make 10 iron plates or something. And you're like, great, I made 10 iron plates. And it takes you some time and then you make them. And it's like, that is awesome. Now I need you to make this thing, and I need you to make 100 of another thing, like whatever. And it takes 100 iron plates. So it just took me a long time to even make 10 iron plates, and now it wants 100. And so I make the new thing. And you get it stuck in this loop where now, if you look in the upper right corner, it wants 4,000 of those things. I haven't even made one of those things yet. Those things it wants in the corner. It's kind of like real life. It's this thing where, yeah, it's a, but so these are all my factories now. I've just turned, this was a beautiful, pristine planet, and I keep building factories because it's like, okay, I need you to make a computer. So let's use a computer as an example. In fact, let's use a supercomputer as an example because that's something I'll have to make soon. So a supercomputer requires a computer, two computers, two AI limiters, three high-speed connectors, 28 pieces of plastic. So you look at that and you're like, that's not that good. That's not that big of a deal. But then you realize to get 28 pieces of plastic, it requires oil. So you have to like discover oil and start an oil company, basically, or like build an oil refinery and have an oil extraction and refinement facility just to make the plastic, just to have enough plastic to make the computer, or to make the chip that goes into the computer that goes into the other computer. Anyway, it is endless. It is endless. But that said, my brain loves it. My brain is desperate for this. My brain is like, oh yeah, because the thing that really gets you is you'll be like, okay, I need, for example, to make these things. These things right here are stators. So if I want to make a stator, I need 3 steel pipes and I need 8 wires. And so it's like, okay, I obviously need a factory that's going to make wire. And so this is my factory that makes wire. But for every time I want to make a wire, I had to make this other factory that makes wire. And every time I want wire, it takes iron. And to make iron, I have to have this iron mine over here, and it goes through all these smelters to make the iron ingots. So I make the smelter makes the raw, we get the raw iron ore, to make the iron ingot, to make the wire, to make the stator, which goes in the rotor, which goes in the motor, etc. It's kind of, it might be Jeff Bezos the game. Yeah. There's lots of logistics and lots of optimization. And the thing that really gets me is you see this and you're like, okay, 120 iron ore per minute. So I got 120 iron ore per minute coming from here. Each one of these takes 30 iron ore per minute. So I need 4 of those. So that's good. So that means, and it's 30 ingots per minute. So I'm making 120 ingots a minute. And then I go up to these and they take 12.5, but I have 120. So I need 8 of them to have the proper throughput. So then I make 8 of those for the input, and then for the output is 22.5, but I had 8 of them, so it's 240. So I'm producing 240 wire, and on and on and on. It's kind of a nightmare. I really appreciate you interrupting. What kind of solitaire are you playing, by the way? So okay, I will say though, the thing that makes solitaire good, where it's just like the notion that you're creating order from chaos, that you're an agent against entropy, is part of why solitaire is so good. Um, this game is also that. This game is also like the order from chaos thing that solitaire gives you. This is kind of like solitaire at a insane scale. So, I'm. Is there a Santa hat on this? Because I'm supposed to put my Christmas presents in here, or I suddenly this thing got very holiday oriented, and I don't really know what to do about it. Like I have all of these fix it special Fixmas buildings and parts can be obtained and produced from this Fix It holiday present. What does that mean? How do I use it? Ben, I was just talking about you. Speak of the devil. So, Jates, I'm working on a project, and well, I don't know how much I can talk about it. Anyway, David used that ending of solitaire bouncing to as an inspiration. So we had this moment in this weird VR experience that we're doing that does the solitaire bounce. It's pretty inspired, but you see it in VR, so it's like imagine the solitaire bounce, but you're living it. Okay, Ben, are you kidding? Is this really true? Do I literally have to make candy canes? Because I would believe you. Oh gosh. Wait, how do I find that? It's not in the organizer. Speaking of art tape, you do owe me some art. Where do I find the holiday recipes? Do I have to like equip this and use it? Is that? It doesn't want to do it. Oh, I obviously have to research them. Yeah, of course. Of course. How foolish of me. Ah, yes. That's nice. Okay, what are we doing? Need help finding a number? What? Am I supposed to just... Oh, am I supposed to literally just look for the number 1? Is that what we're doing here? Okay, am I hot or cold? Wait, what? Excuse me? Root beer is actually mint flavored? Wait, what? I guess you can use whatever root that you want. I've had burdock root soda. It tastes like bubblegum. Okay, I see every number except for 1. Is today the first day of Advent? Okay, the hot or cold doesn't work with the chat delay. um, Okay. Let me just actually pay. Oh man, what if you were colorblind for this one? It's right in. Okay. We got number one. It's just 100 more of those. Great. Is it, what day of Advent are we? I just learned about expensive tool companies making Advent calendars. Okay, it's the first day. Okay, so we're good. And now I'm jealous that I don't have expensive tool company. Uh, like, I want this. Like German tool company Advent calendars. How come I didn't get this? Got this nice German Santa, these nice German tools. Messed up. I blew it. Yeah, mix and add. I get 3D print some stuff. Okay. Um, okay, so I'm done here, right? Day number two. We'll check in tomorrow. Okay, so I got stuff. Now what are we doing? So what are you telling me? Where do I research? Oh, is it in the MAM? Yeah, of course. That was gonna be my next guess. My next guest? My what did that was my next guest apparently. I'm having trouble speaking today. I blame all the stuff with the dog. Oh, Ben, that's the getting that durable object stuff to work was a real gem, but maybe I have it. We'll try to deploy it tomorrow and see if we kill everything. Oh, hmm, great. Yeah, I want a giant Christmas tree. Uh, it shouldn't. It shouldn't. Hopefully, what I have done is proper. Man, gosh, it's just so. It kind of makes sense, but it's complicated. So before, every single Twitch channel had its own durable object. Now there's like this clustering thing where you go through one durable object and then that manages a bunch of durable objects, but you can have an arbitrary number of connections on each of them. But then to get them to be able to like cross talk and send everything where it needs to go was not. It was not. It was not trivial. Or it was one of those things that it's like, okay, I see. Let me do this, and then after there's like an hour of meaningful work, and then 4 hours of battling. Um, you know how it is. A gerbil object, yes. A gerbil object. It's one of the. I feel like the last 2 days out of I don't know whatever say 12 hours of work, there was like a meaningful 2 hours in there. Okay, you weren't kidding. Of course, you weren't kidding. We have to make. Am I really gonna do this? We're gonna do this, aren't we? Um, we're gonna build a Christmas factory. So I can make a giant Fixmas tree and a Fixmas tree branch. But there's candy cane decor and a candy cane basher. How do I get a regular candy cane? Oh, okay. Because maybe candy cane's all I can do? Wait, I'm kind of confused. It looks to me like all I can do is red and blue ornaments. Oh, that's the reward for that. I'm sorry. Right, right. That was the. Well, wait. How, how do I make candy canes? Is that the trick? I'm not. I'm not a good enough. I'm not good enough. I thought I would have unlocked candy canes here to be able to make candy canes. It looks like I can make fun trees. Wow, it is a giant tree. Okay, where are we gonna put our? We're doing this, I guess. I guess this is what we're gonna do instead of building our nitrogen farm. This looks like a nice place up here, right? For our Fixmas tree. The game where I picked out outfits. Yeah, I'm afraid there aren't outfits in this. It's mainly just like building factories and dealing with logistics, unfortunately. I think there's not it's not a game known for its outfits, I'm afraid. Which has got a little unfortunate, actually. Maybe there's room for outfits in this game. I don't know where to put this tree. I guess the problem is wherever I decide to build this factory, it's not going to be big enough. Right? Like, whatever I do is going to be the wrong answer. I'm going to say it goes back here. Wait, I don't even know how to make it. I guess it's... Do we have enough stuff? No. We can't even make it yet. Okay, we have to make some Christmas factories, apparently. There's probably a monster. Sometimes the monsters want to kill you. Sometimes you just pet them. So yeah, that's a friendly monster. You don't have to kill that monster. You can. It doesn't really reward you with much for murdering kind of a gentle, docile monster, but it's up to you. Okay, I feel paralyzed with indecision now. So let's just start a bad factory. Well, let's at least. Get it off the ground, just in case. Just so we can make sure that we cover up all nature. Because the last thing we want is any visible nature on this planet. Okay, so we want our constructor... I feel like this never fits the way I want it to. And we want... Should go into Zoop mode. Get one of these in the neighborhood. I do like the wire's too long. I do like the wreaths. It's a nice touch. It's a very nice touch. I got a cool hover pack on. I don't think there's a way to see me. I don't think maybe there's a third person view. But I do, yes, my outfit is basically a hover pack. That's what I'm wearing today. Okay, so we got, great. So we want this, takes one present. We got this many presents. 10 Christmas tree branches per minute. And I guess let's just create a buffer for now. Here. I astonishingly can't even afford that. Things are tight. How many did we need for the... need 100. Okay, well, let's let it rip for a while. I'll go empty my backpack. Very exciting stuff. The last thing I need is more stuff to make in this game. I feel like we are... I don't know. Maybe it's just the thing I need. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is just what the doctor ordered. Binary. This is my job. I don't even know what this is anymore. Okay, I got a fun binary. You gotta. I don't even know. I don't even know how to deal with this. I went through so much annoying stuff with the durable logic stuff today. I don't even know how to catch you up on it. I think it works now, but whew. When at the beginning of the game, you just walk everywhere, and you eventually. I've got like a thing that lets me do like a zip line along these, and I had a jetpack earlier. You get cars. There's magic. There's like hyper tubes. So there's other forms of transportation, but yeah, primarily early in the game, you're just walking. Yeah, I don't know. Out of the 4 hour VOD, there's like 10 minutes of actual productive work, and then a whole bunch of fighting, me fighting stuff, and then finally making a GitHub issue and just getting a message from the developer that was like, "Oh yeah, I should probably go back and change that." Cloudflare, basically, Cloudflare made a change that breaks dog by default. Um, is the short summary, but it works in mini Flare, which is weird. Jade's such a nightmare. So okay, I feel I'm a little off my game here. I don't quite know. We had some goals. I'm almost certain. We'll get rid of the cool S. We want to make at least one of Wait, do we not have any? Why can't we? Oh, we have to make it over here. Of course, of course. With the wrong crafting station. Doesn't really matter. Edge of the edge, I know. I mean, I will say that developer was very responsive for both my questions. One of my questions was like, I can't figure out how to do this unless it's in this convoluted weird way. And his response was, yeah, that's the only way to do it, is the convoluted weird way. And then the next question was like, this works locally but not remotely. It's breaking because of this, and I have no idea why. And he's like, oh yeah, it's a compatibility change. You need to just like set this compatibility flag in your config file and it will work. And it was right. He was right. But I spent some hours thinking I was doing something wrong, which was pretty annoying. Anyway, I think it works now. We're doing great over here, I think. In this land, everything is great. Except we were very low on health items. We've got a hazmat suit. We have no normal gas masks, which is probably going to be an issue. So the thing we were trying to do is build a drone port. Well, the thing we were immediately trying to do is just build a storage container, right? So we need some iron rods. So one of these factories is probably an iron rod factory. In fact, I think all of these factories back here are iron rod factories, so hopefully all of our iron rod needs will be met. Looks like there's a big backup at the iron rod factory for some reason. Why is that? There's a big backup at the screw factory. There appears to be a backup at the rotor factory. And a backup at the motor factory. Because we stopped making modular engines. But I think we're going to need modular engines to make something outrageous, right? One of the end game objects takes a modular engine. The turbo, I don't know what it's called. What's it called? Where is it? It's that thing up there. It's well, I probably haven't even unlocked it yet. So I don't know. Should we turn these on? I'm gonna leave them on. we're gonna make candy canes. It's true, but I need some iron pipes to make the storage container to put the candy canes in. Basically, we're very low on aluminum casing, and that's bad. We really. I was just at the aluminum. It was just at the place where we make the aluminum casing, and I didn't bring any with me. No aluminum casing in my pocket, and that is a real problem. We're also low on this quartz crystal, but I did bring a ton of that, so that's good. So that's I filled my pockets with quartz crystal. We really got to get some drones bringing this stuff. So we're going to be making our crystal oscillators. Very good news. I don't even know what this is doing. This wants aluminum ingots. Did I really manage to bring no aluminum? Okay, I bought a little bit of aluminum. Yeah, great. Crystal oscillators. Cool. This is going to make those radio control units. We do need some of those. I think I don't have enough. I don't have enough. It's great news. It's terrific news. I wonder, I feel like durable objects, I feel like we're very close to being really easy to use. Like they were extremely close to just being awesome, especially with mini flare. Like durable objects were ready for prime time until the pricing ruined my life and I had to go into dog land. And dog, you know, it's not even the fault of the developer necessarily. Like it's not super duper well baked because I don't think that many people are using it. It's only existed for a few weeks, but it's from my standpoint a pretty critical piece of the puzzle. So I don't know. I feel like the dog situation it's a major regression in my move to durable objects. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, that probably sounds insane. But that's okay. I'm not the one that called it dog. They called it dog, so. Okay, so we're in trouble because we're low on aluminium, right? Is that that's the whole problem? Like we probably already used all our, yeah. Because we need the aluminium and we need the crystal. Bummer. We need the batteries as well. How are we going to get that crap up here? All dog is a thing that does just that. It's just a thing. It's just a clustering system that uses durable objects. So you totally could have built. Yeah, that's all it is. There's a group that is a durable object, and then each replica is a durable object. So I kind of wish aluminium. I kind of wish I had just written it. I mean, I'm sure I would have run into problems. I think dog is actually pretty good. The only real complaint I have about dog, other than that, compatibility change, which wasn't exactly the developer's fault, is that it's actually a problem I'm just not used to at all with JavaScript, but I'm used to with especially not commonly used C# SDKs. I've had this problem multiple times with like in development SDKs that I'm using for jobs where things are hyper encapsulated. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like their pricing is really a problem. Or I guess I hope that they just dogify durable objects, or like some very simple clustering thing happens for you. I don't know. Maybe it will just happen that the pricing comes down and is reasonable. Anyway, I was kind of tempted to just write my own thing. I think I mostly think I like dog, and I'm glad I didn't. But oh yeah, the thing I was saying is it's hyper encapsulated. Like the developer does the thing which lots of, I guess, CS people do. Maybe they just beat you over the head with this in computer science school, which is encapsulate everything, like make every single thing private unless noted otherwise. And I do that sometimes, although if a thing feels like it might be potentially useful to me or someone else, I will make it uh, protected at least. But I don't actually know if TypeScript has a notion of protected. But basically, there's a ton of functionality in Dog that I would very much have liked to been able to use, but that I can't without modifying the code because it's all private. And I don't actually know if TypeScript even has the notion of protected. I guess that would do the work. Or if there were just some whatever. If they don't want me to touch the stuff, just some getters or setters, just so I have to very deliberately be getting a read-only copy or whatever. Um, but because the inner workings of the Dog are pretty protected, I couldn't do fancy things that I wanted to do, like just get a list of all the replicas and mess with them directly or whatever, which is a bummer because if you want to do maintenance or something like that, it would be very handy to just have access, like, or if you wanted stats, if you wanted to ask your gateway group how many objects, how many replicas there are and how many objects each replica has, you can't do that without a very convoluted plan of attack. Okay, we almost have enough to make the Christmas tree. I still don't even know how to make candy canes. I think Ben was lying. I hate to say it, but there's no candy canes here. Clearly, I can only make Figmas tree branches. Will I get the candy canes when I make the tree? Does the tree produce candy canes? Because that would actually be kind of funny. Okay, we have enough. Let's pause this thing because I don't want to use all my presents because maybe I'll need them. Okay, Ben is overloaded with candy canes. We've all been there. Didn't I say I had a place I wanted to put it? Let's just put it at this little crossroads up here. Right? That's a nice place for a Figmas tree. Fixmas tree. Okay, do I have to power the Fixmas tree? It would appear the Figmas tree does not require power. What am I supposed to do with this thing? Just nothing? I know. Yeah, this morning when I think I briefly sent on this morning, or yeah, it must have been this morning, if not late last night, and saw all the Christmas stuff, and I was not expecting it. It does kind of have a feel of a weird Christmas mod. Yeah, the soil, it's not so hot. It's true. There's not a lot of farming in this game. There's like 3 kinds of plants. Well, there's 3 kinds of plants that you can eat, I guess. What am I supposed to do here? I can't power the Figmas tree. Did I miss something? Okay, as I unlock stuff, the tree will like evolve. But am I just missing this, Ben? I'm really not seeing the candy canes. Well, you know, I figure once the presents all appear there, it'll kind of hide the like your reward for a red ornament. What? So am I supposed to just wait for the tree to grow some candy canes or something? Kind of confused here. Oh no. Okay, I'm sorry. I gotta get the candy cane from here. I thought this was only get the candy cane basher. I see. I see. I need more branches to make the thing. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, we need more branches. Yeah, obviously. This is just so foolish of me. How could I have not noticed that I need that a reward? I mistakenly thought that the basher took candy canes, but somehow somehow we're gonna. Okay, let's go. Great. Okay, what was I actually doing? I was gonna try to do the drone thing, right? But in the meantime, we were gonna try to make it. Well, we wanted to do the drone, and then we wanted to do nitrogen. So we need more. Oh yeah, this is a whole thing, right? Because we need those aluminium buckets, and we need 5 more radios, and I don't have more radios, and I need the buckets to make the Oh boy, it's one of those things, you know? Yeah. Well, that maybe an ornament just appears on the tree somewhere, and you got to go dig it out of the tree. Is it that kind of thing? That seem possible? You got to get an ornament in the wild, or maybe you don't get an ornament until tomorrow. Yeah, that actually I would maybe believe that. Got to say my branch production is really underwhelming. Okay, so we are sorely in need of aluminum. We can make those buckets here. I don't really. Like, part of me wants to say the oscillators should be made up in the mountain where all the other stuff is. But we need plate, which we don't. I mean, we could probably come up with this, right? We could probably make some plate over there. We've got a ton of copper over there. I don't know that we have any iron. So basically, I'm considering making a crystal oscillator factory in the valley. The Silicon Valley. It's going to be great. Oh, really? How many entrances do you need to make? Wait, a hyperloop. Wait, what's that? What's you mean the accelerator thing where you have a bunch of entrances? Or is you talking about something else? This sucks. Oh, the accelerator. How many entrances did you have to make for it to be effective? Okay, let's go unlock the candy cane. Get candy cane production underway. 18. Wait, you've got 9 on both. It takes 9. I didn't realize it took that many to get to speed. But is that because you want to go insanely fast? Like, is that ludicrous speed? How much distance do you need between two tubes? I should just look it up, I guess. Okay, interesting. Like, okay, I'll just look it up because I'm very curious about this. It sounds like I need this, right? This is really Hyperloop cannon tutorial. Okay, so they can be very short. Hmm. A cyclotron cannon. So you basically just go entrance, 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 entrance. You don't really need. Build a short hypertube of 2 meters each, except the last segment. And then the last segment. Well, yeah, this says not to be more than 14, or sorry, more than 17. Um. Okay, wait. So you don't even. I thought the whole idea was to, like, just speed you into the tube, but this is just to like launch you into space. I think the thing I was thinking of was different because I think there's like a hyperloop accelerator, is what I was thinking of. I think a hyperloop accelerator is different than a hyperloop cannon. Is my voice soothing you? I did. Do you want to do some ASMR? Okay. I have yet again forgotten what I was doing, but let's research these candy canes. What does this need? This needs the cost here is candy canes. Oh well, this is a problem. I may have made a grave error. I thought we were going to use our branches to make candy canes. But candy canes also cost presents. Okay, maybe. So maybe I am wrong. I thought so. The cannon seems like it just accelerates you and then just launches you out of a hole. I thought that I had read about, and maybe I just misunderstood, that you'd still have your long hyperloop. You would just have multiple entrances and exits to accelerate you before you went into your hyperloop. Um, okay, I've made a huge mistake here. I think we've got a major problem. I see. Okay, I got it. I don't mind the tube if it was just faster. So let's try to just throw a couple of entrances in front of mine, I guess, and it'll be okay. Okay, but I think I've really screwed up because I've burned all of my, I like burned all my presents. We could give more presents, obviously, but still. Okay, well, let's get a candy cane machine, I guess. We'll just cram it over here for now. This is no way to build a factory, but sometimes you just need candy canes. You need them now. Sometimes you gotta remember to power your candy cane factory. That's what we learned in candy cane business school. Jade, do you need me to sing you a lullaby? Do you just need me to say the word aluminium over and over again? Okay, I think we're gonna pause. We got some branches. That's great. We got some candy canes going. That's great. Let's go build some hyperloop entrances. Well, let's build 2 hyperloop entrances. Charades, your favorite song? What a terrible song. Except for that one part. That one part I do like. Can you feel the real me behind my charade. That's the only good part, is the can you feel the real me? Can you feel the real me? That part's great. The rest of the song, don't need it. Okay, we need some rotors. Lots of presents everywhere. Got a lot of rotors. Wait, those were motors. Oh no, I took every motor. Okay, this is a mistake. We want some motors. We mostly want rotors. We don't want that many of them. Let's try to build a couple entrances. What did we actually need for the drone port, by the way? Which was the whole purpose of us coming back here. Right, the radios that we can't make. Of course. How could I forget? We can't make it because we don't have enough aluminum. We don't have enough aluminum. Okay. Do we have any radios in this box? We have none. Okay, and the thing that is actually majorly holding us back at this moment, we've got some crystal oscillators, which is great news. Oh, we've got so many crystal oscillators. Thanks. Thank you. Just to make sure everybody knows that it's from Greece too. I think both Ben was around. I don't think Binary was when I recorded this. When I recorded your covers. I think it brought a tear to Ben's eye, if I remember actually. The song Charades from Greece too brought a tear to Ben's eye. Understandable that song would make you cry. This is a ill-placed thing, but let's just do this. Another ill-placed thing, but let's just ignore it. I think a hyper tube still fit. Okay, so you're telling me if I make a hyper thing, hyper thing, that's not the one we want. We want an entrance. If I plop a hyperloop entrance in the middle of each of these, let's just try that many to start with. I did. I recorded them on stream. I did, I think the quality speaks for itself. Really struggling here. Why? What? Why is this happening? Why did the hyper... Okay. I feel like this is not really gone according to plan. This doesn't look like the drawing. You got miffed? Wait, are you mad? Are you miffed that other people heard your private copy of Charades? That's like copyright infringement? You don't want to share... I'm pretty confused here. This does not look like the drawing. What have I done wrong? Now it's worthless? Oh no. Oh no. I mean, the thing is, they had to listen to me actually sing it and didn't get the, Yeah, why do these entrants... Am I supposed to have a support? Okay, maybe I did this incorrectly. I think I did this poorly. So I had to build a support first, and then an entrance. I see. Okay. Yeah, they had to listen to the auto-tuned version, so there was some suffering. They had to suffer for my art. Okay, that seems better, right? So entrance. I believe I explained the. It's been a little while, but I believe I explained the nature of our agreement. If I remember correctly. It says to delete the supports. Do you think I have to, or do you think it matters? Like, do you think it's a critical part of accelerator tech to delete the supports? I'm gonna delete them just to be safe. I screwed this one up. Screwed it up. Ben is in Code Games, and he shed a tear. It's true. He was overcome with emotion by one or both of the songs. Could have been both. Oops. That was definitely not correct. Okay. Well, this looks like a thing. Is this going to work? That was a lot of trouble to not go very far. But let's try it. Are we ready? I feel like that didn't really work very much. I mean, it was okay. Did I make them too close or something? Like, or not close enough, perhaps? I think I didn't make them close enough. Okay, but it was an improvement. I will say that. So here's the thing. If there is iron in this valley, we can make crystal oscillators down here, probably. So really? There's no iron down here. There's no iron within half a kilometer. Well, okay. Then we're not going to do that. We're going to... Oh, remember when I was worried about that very specific thing? About ruining the production of... Wow. And I said I definitely was going to fix it before it was a problem. Well, I didn't fix it, and it's a problem. So, great. It's almost like I knew this exact thing was coming, because I did. And here we are. Great. And we don't have a buffer. We do have a buffer for the ingots, but the ingot buffer is empty because we used it all to make. So let's just, okay, yeah, that's kind of too bad. Kind of screwed up. Okay, we need a ton of ingots. Well, we're kind of using all of them. Oh, I see. There's a fancy wiki. Oh, you're right. 4 is like the worst. 12 really gets you there, huh? That's pretty funny. You know, there is a thing. I think I get. Kyle, how's it going? I think I get why they don't do it in this game. It's not necessarily a problem that it's not in here, but it's pretty cool in Factorio that you can template things. You can just select something you have created and then store it, like cut it and store it in a copy paste buffer basically. Yeah, it would be really nice, especially for the sort of tedious things like the Hyperloop entrances. If you could just select them all, I bet that will come. That feels like a thing that will end up in the game. Also, why don't they just let me buy a Hyperloop accelerator? Just let me pay a bunch of extra money. Like, for example, the pumps for the fluids, there's a Mark II model for those pumps that's just a more expensive, fancier pump. So why not just let me buy a more expensive or make a more expensive Hyperloop entrance that will accelerate me? The Hyperlight Drifter people have a new game out called Solar Ash. And Hyperlight Drifter was a good game, but I don't know anything about Solar Ash. That's Heart Machine, published by Annapurna. So is it out, or are we just getting reviews now? Is it going to be good? Got an interesting look to it. Skating platform combat game with Jet Set Radio vibes. Okay, we want some ingots. We really need to come up with some sort of intelligent ingot transport system. Got too much stuff in my pockets all the time. Do without this right now. Really, I need more of those. Don't go in the tube. Need more of those bacon mushrooms. Okay, is everything going okay up here? I feel like we're in an okay place here. I mean, we do want to fix that drone problem. There's so much sulfuric acid. That's all good. We've got some kind of bad overflow system going on, right? Like, we're just dumping stuff in the sink. That is we're hopefully buffered up here. Yeah, so this is fully buffered. Anything else should overflow, so I think we're okay for the moment. What else did I want, though? One of these. We don't actually need those, though. Let's get one stack. Okay, let's go down. Let's populate the radio factory. We really should take as many ingots as we possibly can. And is there a buffer up here? There is. Okay. Is it faster for me to take the tube or to just like jump off the edge of the mountain? I wish I could build an insanely long... actually, it's slow too. I wish there was an upgraded zipline thing too, because I feel like it's slower than it should be. Okay, our goal today was to find nitrogen. So we're an hour in and haven't even talked about nitrogen, so we're definitely on track. Sounds like normal state of affairs. This is a problem. So are we gonna do this thing again? I think we just do this thing again. Seems not totally ideal. But for now, just to keep the aluminum moving. I mean, the real answer, I think, in this game is just don't share belts. But we're going to share the belt. So let's split it after we do the smart splitter, and we'll just throw all this stuff in the trash. And power this. And it'll be great. Okay, so that should be enough to keep the aluminum flowing, which should keep this factory going, which I don't even know why we're doing this. I think we needed these. This isn't like in the main production loop yet. I think it's because I'd planned to build the train over here and get a lot of this stuff going via train. So that would be aluminum, maybe some more copper stuff, crystal, stuff that comes off the mountain. Wait, why didn't I take the tube? It's right there. The slow tube. I can't believe this dog stuff this week. What a grind. The good thing about the hypertubes is then you just take a little break, look at your phone for a minute, see if there's any deals on tools. Amazing deals at Ace Hardware. I can't believe it. That's a good deal. Mm-hmm. Okay, well we're gonna buy all that stuff. Oh really? What synths are you checking out? On it's probably Odor now. Black Friday, Teensy had their the audio breakouts for the Teensy 4s were on sale. You could just make a synth, make a Teensy synth if you wanted. What are we trying to do around here? Trying to get some candy canes made. Okay, let's work on the real things for a second before getting too distracted by the Christmas. So we need what? The aluminum casing is just a real costly endeavor. Let's get that going. We have a bunch more. Wow, we already burned through all that crystal? Yeah. We gotta get a train coming up here. Get those oscillators. That's that casing. It just burns through that stuff. It's a problem. It's a real problem. Okay, so let's get some candy canes. And then go in search of nitrogen, I guess. I think I've been on top of that little spire over there. Let's go up there. Build the airport up there or something. We only got 22 candy canes. What a ripoff. But it's okay, because presents are falling on my head constantly. The Poly D, is that a bass synth? Is that the beautiful yellow one? Oh no, that's not the one I was thinking of. I do like it. Quite lovely. There was a Behringer synth, that bass synth that was on sale on Black Friday that I was tempted by only because it was bright yellow. I mean, I don't need an analog bassline synthesizer, but counterpoint, it's yellow. So can't really argue with that. Wait, why is this one? Well, there's maybe I was looking at this one. Oh, really? Is there a family tree we can see where we figure out the lineage? Okay, what are we doing? We're making candy canes. Why? Unclear. I'm just inundated with these presents from the sky. It takes 3 gifts to make 1 candy cane? This candy cane economy is killing me. In this candy cane economy? Okay. So, what are we doing? We're doing Christmas. Okay, we got candy canes, but we can do nothing because we need bows and ornaments. We now have bows. What's it take to make a bow? Also presents? I don't know about this. This is a bad. I don't know about the way this is heading. Yeah, I don't know. I was looking at what are they called? Groovebox? Somebody had a Groovebox I was looking at. Which one was it? The Novation Circuit. I don't know about the circuit tracks. So the thing that seemed interesting to me is I don't know. I'm like too modern. I know there's probably I'm sure there's some thing of this that isn't so modern. But the idea that I like about this is the it does a lot of what you'd want to do with software, or what you might normally think of doing with software, but you don't have to use a computer. And I'm just trying to think of hobbies that keep me away from the computer a little bit. And so much of the way I do stuff with music is very computer centric. And so it is possible to use this thing with a keyboard away from a computer and do some of the stuff that you might do. But yeah, the look of it is not right. It's true. Although Arturia, I think, has one. And their stuff is usually not a grow box. It's a grow box. I think they have some kind. And theirs is all, their stuff's all gorgeous. But this is just a synth. Maybe it has some kind of sequencing. Oh, well, this is listed in that category, so yeah, I know. Someday the beautiful Euro rack. The I do like the Arteria hardware. I just generally like the look of. Okay, so this is their Groovebox style synth. I see. But it's true. You should go all analog and just find yourself in like this nightmare. Where was that one? There was some massive, like MIT, but MIT. I do love. I mean, that's one of my favorite home decor aesthetics is walls of modular synths. It's got like it's a little hard to tell. Is this a modular synth or nuclear submarine control? Hard to say. Wait, Junkie XL. Wait a minute. Junkie XL? Wait a second. Okay, I'm having like slight weird flashbacks because I'm not really familiar with this artist, except I believe I temporarily became oh god, Junkie XL SX SSX. What is the Oh my gosh, is this the thing? So this is dumb. I worked like 10 years ago. I was working on some very terrible marketing video for Microsoft, which was a nightmare project, truly a nightmare project. And but I think somebody, the editor, I think just before we had music composed, just was using a track, a like placeholder audio track. And I believe that audio track was a song by Junkie XL from the game SSX. And because, when you're working on like video content and you're doing editing and whatever, you have to watch it millions and millions of times. So I heard that song a trillion times and it got so deeply ingrained in my head, and eventually it got out of my head and I kind of blocked it out. um, I'm sure I would recognize it, but it's probably just an excerpt from one song from one game from one level, and I don't want to like screw up monetization on this video because obviously I make trillions of dollars from my YouTube videos, but I should go dig it up. Okay, I'm not very pleased with this. I'm not pleased that all of these things are require presence. I was hoping for a better Fixmas economy where some things would take presents, some things would take candy canes, etc., so on and so forth. The song was it was the music was like, for that kind of music, was not bad. I don't think I would have chosen to listen to it, but somehow after just listening to it repeatedly for days and days during a very stressful time, it like wormed its way into my subconscious. Um, but I don't know. I think after I got out of that job, I got away from that job. That job ended in kind of like a, I don't know. It got to the point where it was just stressing me out, and I was so. That was kind of my last job. Like, as far as I am an employee of a company, that was kind of the last time, and I kind of guess sort of blocked out aspects of that job, including the Junkie XL song that I haven't thought of for so long. Maybe I should get deep into Junkie XL now. Okay, so you're telling me that I gotta make bows also with presents. I don't know about this. Highly suspect. So let's make a splitter. For now, we'll just do this. For now, we'll just split them 3 ways. I really wish there was a little bit more logistics management in this game, as far as how to decide where things go. I don't think I phrased that very well, but a way to say, like, okay, I want to fill this container and I want some percentage to go one place, like basically the smart splitter, but the smart splitter with percentages, I guess, is sort of what I want. I think for now we'll just dump everything in this one. This isn't very elegant, but will hopefully expedite our Christmas production until it gets a little more serious, until we get really serious about this stuff. So it'll all just get dumped in here. We'll get our candy canes and whatnot. Okay, we need Christmas. We need Christmas bows. Got it. But I think I should just go play the game, perhaps. And while I'm playing the game, I'll just pick up Christmas presents as I go. Is that adequate? Is that going to do the job? Okay, so we populated the thing so we can start making radios. So we now have to get in this whole new realm of production that is this well pressurizer. Takes a lot of motors. So we can easily make these extractors. The pressurizer, we can only make 2 of. But I think that's okay. But we've got to go like way on the other side of the world to find the nitrogen, I think. Did I lull Jates to sleep? Is Jates now sleeping? Or did she turn me off to watch Gilmore Girls? I can't compete with Gilmore Girls. Okay. We have to find nitrogen. We have nitrogen up here, not too far from the quartz quarry, which seems like probably our best bet. We have this other nitrogen in some sort of like dark land that we've never even been to. Although we do have some oil fields out here. I think I'm just using those for power. Because this whole land is a little bit nuts. So that's only being used for power. So I kind of don't want to do that one. So I think we're going to do the ones that are near the quartz quarry. I don't know what these random boxes are with a bunch of AI limiters in it. They're valuable devices. A bunch more AI limiters. Okay, I heard 3 bings. Okay, so there's actually one also over here. Huh. This one... I think this is the better one to go for. Because I think some of our... whatever, that insane aluminum thing that we've got to make. Okay, so we're trying to make this thing. And this thing requires nitrogen and heavy frames and stuff. So we need to get to somewhere with aluminum and probably with heavy trains. So I think what we want to try to do is get packaged nitrogen gas. You know, when I say that, maybe it's actually better to have it near an oil field so that we can package it. What's the answer here? So, and yeah, so we had some nitrogen out there, and we have oil way out here. We have coal near here, not oil. But we've got plastic all the way over here. Huh. I did a little bit of a puzzler because we need to get... If we want to package it, then we can fly it in the drone. I guess if we send a drone out there, we can send a drone out there with plastic for packaging. Let's just assume we're gonna do that. I might regret this, but I think that Junkie XL song's coming into me, or coming back to me, coming into me. It was a strange statement to make about a song. Okay, so I feel like that helps a little speed-wise. So how are we doing here? Our sync is working. We really should be just storing some aluminum as well. But it looks like we've got enough of a backup that it seems like we're okay. For the moment. And we can't, whatever we do, we cannot make any trains without Draklin. Draklin is... I'm going to get this $5 pry bar, and I'm going to get this $5 set of pliers. Am I going to get this retractable utility knife? Probably not. I'm an X-Acto knife kind of person. And am I going to get this set of clamps? Yes, I am. Am I going to get... See, this is how I'm coping with life right now, is buying tools in anticipation of having a workshop, which is basically all I want in life. And so I feel like if I just continue to buy tools, eventually I'll have so many tools that they will just sort of blossom into a workshop. It's kind of like in Satisfactory. Gold oxide drill bit set, $10. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, they do have these Milwaukee fastback knives, but I don't really need that. 10-piece carbon steel combination pliers and wrench set, but it's from Ace. So it's like store brand. I'm going to do without that. One day I'll get incredibly expensive Nipex pliers for no reason. That's a cool lantern. Okay, we want some of this stuff, right? We want some of this stuff. Okay, what are we doing? We are here at this factory, and this is where we send off all our quartz. So very nearby should be some nitrogen, and we can build our first nitrogen. I mean, it's not as nearby as I'd hoped, I guess. Thought it was going to be more nearby than that. We should run power over there while we're at it. I don't like that stuff falls off the map so quickly. Okay, I found it. I can see it. Okay, so these, I have seen these from high in the air before, and I didn't understand what they were. So the way I think oh, there's of course a terrible enemy that wants to kill me. So let's save. And let's maybe like eat some crackers or something. And let's put our full heal in our hands. Let's get out our cool sword. I keep saying I'm going to bring a rifle, and yet I never do. Turrets. How come there's no turrets in this game? Oh, did the mom hurt the baby? Half my health is gone, so this is going very well. Okay, killed the mom. Yikes. Did I not actually heal when I tried to heal? Guess not. Okay, great. Did it. Everybody's dead. And we have a present to celebrate, so... Yeah, I mean... turrets would be great, actually. I guess enemies don't really seem to respawn in this game, though. Like, once you... I don't know if they do, actually. Like, once you clear hostile enemies from an area... Anyway, I would prefer turrets just because I don't like the combat in this game at all. But I have not tried the rifle or the spike gun or probably some other thing, so maybe the problem is me. Did I build a power line connected to nothing? Okay, it is connected to something. Okay, so what it looks like to me is that we're supposed to build this pressurizer, and that it does nothing but like cause these other little holes to be pressurized. And then on those, we build resource extractors. Oh, we're fracking. This is fracking. Okay, great. We're really treating this planet well. We're we're now fracking. Great. Yeah, this is very good. The rebar gun sucks. Okay, maybe the rifle is okay. I just got an email. I probably don't care. Oh, actually, it's got an update about that OpenCV light. What did they post? OakD light can be used in Unity. Wait. Hi OpenCV AI kit backers. Today we'd like to share what OakD Lite can be used for in Unity gaming, OpenGL, and 3D manipulation in general. I see. We did not design it with this in mind, but there it is. Okay, that's funny. And easy for you to just run. Okay, so that's kind of cool. So there's an oak for Unity. Depth AI Unity plugin. Awesome. So face detection over cloud. Oh, some kind of airplane demo. Head poses. I feel like this doesn't really do a very good job of saying what this thing is capable of, but like what can you actually do here? Maybe there's not many examples yet. Face detector, head detector. So that's not as exciting. Okay, the airplane demo is someone just flying an airplane with their face. What I want to know is like, you only get the face detector API, or is that just all that's shown here? Roadmap. So we're going to add more predefined Gen 2 pipelines, 3D depth, a motion detector. Oh my gosh. If that works well, I don't know what I'll do, because, ugh, a project I should, I don't know. I've told this story before, but like, I wanted to do a project 2 years ago for emotion detection, and at the time, the most straightforward way to do it and get a reasonable model was to pay a whole bunch of money to license it, and it ended up being a real pain to use for a lot of reasons. And it was extremely expensive to license, thousands and thousands of dollars to license. And now we're like 2 years later, and that's almost just available, fully available for free, if the model's good. That's actually the real trick. Like, I could probably just go to GitHub and grab somebody's. Just need to go to a refinery? What do we do with this nitrogen gas? I guess we had to package it. I could probably just go find some whatever PyTorch model or something for motion detection. But if you want to try to do a good job and be inclusive and recognize people that look all kinds of different ways, using a very limited academic model is not the best sometimes, and building your own model is like not the easiest. So sometimes what you're paying for is not even the algorithm, really. You're paying for the model. Unfortunately, it was one of those things where I don't know, the feeling I had, sometimes small bespoke but high-end software that's very expensive. It feels like they spend more effort on the protection of their IP and licensing than they actually spend on the software. Um, Slightly have that feeling about this package that I used. Speaking of package, where is the packager? Packager. Okay. Can't we just take the nitrogen gas in the packager? Oh, we need a fluid tank. How do you make a fluid tank? Oh no. Well, shoot. Did I empty all my pockets of all the aluminum that I had? I kind of think I did. Okay, what's our strategy going to be over here? My recommendation, for what it's worth, is that we build one of these. And then build perhaps... So I foolishly thought we needed plastic, which of course not. Of course not. What is nonsense? Thought we would need plastic for the packager. Packager does not want plastic. Packager wants aluminum, which is maybe, you know, maybe that's better news. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. Like if you're, especially if you're a small player, you want to make money with the thing that you made. Like you want to try to be really careful. But man, like when it feels like you spent 6 months on your product and then 2 years on the licensing, like the protecting your IP is it's a oof. But it like they're for better or worse, it kind of feels like their days are numbered in terms of their unless they find a way to just sell the model basically until but one day so they're sorry that yeah the source data model not the network that they're using because you can do that in other places. Maybe they can sell the model, but it feels like just a number of years, months, days until some school or some organization. Are you kidding me? I have no rubber. I came all the way up here with no rubber, and I can't make any rubber up here because I didn't think I was gonna. Well, I knew I was gonna make a packager. So how did I make this horrible mistake? Okay, so we know we need aluminum. We know we're gonna have to get aluminum over here. We do have another bauxite mine somewhere. We have a terrible conveyor belt. Yeesh. Maybe this should be a drone situation. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it just seems so, this. So, for example, this camera, this whatever, $150 camera, will just be a camera that not only is a camera, but also runs the model for the motion detection. And if it's good, then this $150 camera replaces the $50 camera I already have and the $8,000 worth of software. Like it's crazy if it's actually good, and I do believe it will get there. And it just seems inevitable. It's sort of I don't know maybe that I don't know what I would do if I was in their position. Okay, so the quartz is way up there. We're currently already moving silicone way up there. We do have a crazy quartz thing going on. We could try to get aluminum down here, but it would suck. Unless we just have to go more crazy with drones. But I do want to try to keep the drone traffic sane because of the battery situation. Which one? The Intel, the camera, the RealSense stuff, or no? Because they've like killed RealSense seemingly, but it also seems to be kind of undead. Yeah. So RealSense though doesn't run the models. Like RealSense will give you the data. The model still has to run somewhere else. As near as I can tell, I don't think you can run models on the RealSense. Or I'm using the wrong terms probably. It's really weird because the terms are so confused. Like, does the model mean the source data or does it mean the network? The networks. Sorry, let's say networks. Oh, an OpenCV thing. Uh, well, so like an Intel RealSense camera that's just a camera sold for, well, I don't know, $300 or $400, but then you still needed other hardware to actually run the whatever network. The OpenCV one, I believe, is $150 ish, and it just runs the models on the camera. The Azure Connect, I think, was geared a little more towards like running software on it. Maybe you know what? There's probably some like the RealSense line is pretty big. So it's but as far as like the RealSense cameras that they just sold as the consumer cameras, I don't know that I don't know that they did anything except output like vision data, computer vision data. Because there's the LiDAR ones and there's the stereo camera ones. There's a whole range of industrial ones, and maybe those did have processing. Um, because they were kind of selling, seeming like they were, I don't know, it's sort of confusing. They had those things, those like consumer slash developer cameras, and then they had modules to go in industrial applications. But off the top of my head, I don't think the any of the Intel cameras had brains. Had brains. Um. Okay, what do we want to do here? We're basically going to need a lot of aluminum down here for this nitrogen, and the nitrogen is going to be used for other stuff that is aluminum related. So let's look. We're trying to get to this thing, right? And we're very far away from these, and I really don't want to get this stuff over here because this is a lot of stuff that would be a huge pain to get over here. So we really want to get our nitrogen gas over there. We can get the aluminum over there with trains. The thing that's a problem is getting the nitrogen over there. It has to be bottled, so it has to have aluminum. So what are we going to do? Are we going to fly aluminum here and just every time we drop off aluminum, we'll pick up uh, nitrogen? It's not a bad idea, but then where do the batteries come from? Because the batteries need sulfur, and so we'd have to get batteries places. Other option is try to do something absurd, like build a train over here. Is that crazy? You know, build a train? Train go down here? That looks too steep. Um, somewhere, either through here or through here, though, I think there is actually a route that you can go. What are we gonna do? Okay, well, let's do first thing. Let's just start Let's just build a big buffer and just start collecting this gas, I guess. That's a hypertube. Where's the... What have I done? Where's the door? Hello? Okay. What just happened? Where did I run out of... Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. So... Is this working? I think we are now storing nitrogen gas. Is it invisible? Yeah, so I think the consumer real census didn't have any brains. There may have been some industrial ones that did have brains. I believe that there were, but I don't even think they were Intel branded. I think it was just like they sold the RealSense module, and the RealSense module just got stuck in this other piece of hardware, and it was a little AI brain with that. The Azure Connect, I think the whole gimmick, as evidenced by the name, as evinced by the name, was that the brain was Azure. Although that, I don't know, Azure Connect seems to have just faded away. I don't know what's going on with it. The DK kind of disappeared in a way that made me think like, oh, maybe the real product is imminent, like the real thing is going to come out. So you could get an Azure Connect and just use it as a camera, but I think the idea, and I never really used one, I mean, other than just reading about it to research for a project and then not being able to get a hold of one, was that you would, that was your computer vision, and then you'd use Azure as your brain to run whatever nonsense you wanted. But what if you didn't? What if it was just all in your tiny little camera? Okay, I'm very sidetracked. I feel like we have not made much progress here because I'm kind of stuck on this again. Like, going down this way sort of sounds good. Let's just see what happens if we did this. So we're trying to get over there. Like, I think there's a route. There's some material over there that looks promising. Looks like iron, though. I kind of want to build a train. Jacqueline might never forgive me, but... just to... maybe it won't be our main train. It'll be like our first... Yeah, I know. It's a weird situation. We found ourselves in a strange world. I mean, it's weird that the future has now kind of regressed in some ways back to like 70s, the 70s world of you're at a university on a dumb terminal waiting for time on the mainframe or something, where now if all the power is cloud compute and it's a weird thing. Yeah, back on the mainframe. I do remember when I very first started getting into Linux and was like getting into X11, like the real understanding of what it was built for, where it was like, oh, this is kind of crazy. This is really built where your windowed environment is totally independent of the processing in theory. Like you could run the server and connect from somewhere else easily. Like it was designed for that. It was built for that. And then somehow we just fully decided like, well, we don't want to do that. We want power on your desktop. Right? Like what you wouldn't want to do this. You wouldn't want to be in a situation where the power wasn't just in your lap. And now we seem to be deciding that is, or the big three companies with the big three cloud services have decided that it is in their best interest to have the powerful thing not in your lap. Yeah, I think I got a weirdly, some of my first experience on it was these jobs I had for whatever strange reason. There were like, multiple periods in my life where I got involved in very serious weather-related projects, and one of them, I guess, my role wasn't serious at all. It was just like my first one of my first, I guess I would kind of call it my first remotely technical job or designy job or whatever, but it was like something akin to an intern at a local TV station working with the weather department. And so it was like so just me like making bad graphics that they wouldn't use very much. But I did learn about like Metar and some of the basics of weather data, um, and kind of got into it and was into some of the um, very lightly, but into the production software of that, like the software that ran the productions. I mean, like the actual whatever they were, whatever the Amiga machines were, or whatever. But the things that were a job I had later was this. What was it? It was some SGI machine, what some indie or whatever. They ran Erix, right? Is that right? That was the weather processing machine, or like processing machine for specific weather graphics. And I was using it to like, it was cool because I could do this thing where it's like, oh, I can pull out these individual radar frames and I can make animated GIFs. And this is like 2001, where no, you just didn't have that stuff online very much. Like I was running these cron jobs of image magic to manually build these things. Uh, but the hardware was cool and the software was cool, and then we just didn't do that anymore. It's just not. We kind of got away from that. Okay, so that was not a very arduous path. That was actually a pretty gentle path. So I kind of have some confidence that we could build a train. So don't tell Draclin. We'll just build a. Oh no, what do we need? Oh, just computers. Okay, we can get computers. We got computers all day. It's kind of funny to think about that actually. Like Apple, well, not no, not Apple specifically, not Apple, but Google, Microsoft, and Amazon having cloud services as such a major, obviously major part of what they do. Um, and then Apple's just like, we're just going to make chips that are better. We'll just make the hardware better. It's like two like very separate paths, kind of. Uh, like how much over time is underpowered Android? Like over time, Android devices, it won't matter that they're underpowered because they'll just do their processing in the cloud in some ways. Is that where we're headed? Like Android devices can just be terrible and it won't matter because whatever, something somehow is cloud based. I don't know. That doesn't sound right to me, but it sounds like a thing somebody might say. I mean, is that just Qualcomm? Who else has a say? Like, who else is making these ARM processors? Not just Qualcomm, is it? We got computers somewhere, right? Yeah. Well, yeah, kind of, maybe. Stadia sure screwed it up. Like, Microsoft did that model much better with the xCloud streaming. I mean, the idea is the same, certainly. I guess the monetization strategy is where it really feels like Google blew it. Unsurprising. Like, I'm just waiting for the day that Google announces that they've EOL'd Stadia because Google kills everything. Um, in fact, I think didn't they already make some statement where they were gonna like shift? Aren't they already doing that? Where they like decided to shift it where other people could use the tech and they were gonna focus less? I can't remember what it was. There was some announcement where I don't think they straight up came out and said that they're killing the service, but it really sounded like they were shifting the priorities of it. I think they closed down all the, like they killed every game they were developing internally. I think they killed some of the internal studios that they had. Yeah. Well, so that's the other weird thing about Apple, and they haven't quite. So the like weirdest thing about Apple as a company over the last, I don't know, maybe not the weirdest thing, a weird thing about Apple as a company over the last 10 years. What did I need over here? I needed rubber. I've got a bunch of rubber right here. Um, was the idea that I didn't buffer this over here. Poor choices. Why is there no rubber in here? Um, was this idea that they seem to not care about the Mac very much, especially for like 2016 to just this year, basically. They just like did a terrible job with their desktop and laptop computers. It was just abysmal. It wasn't as bad as the 90s, but it was pretty bad. It's as bad as it had been since the 90s, as Apple just like it seems so like Apple just did not care about their computers. Um, because why would they? Because they make a bajillion dollars from the devices that people use are their mobile devices. But the like weird catch was that there's no way to make apps. Oh no. That's bad timing. That was very bad timing. That was extremely bad timing. Shoot. Well, power just went down and I'm in the tube. So great. I guess we just walk back here now. Uh, yeah. Well, but the issue is it was like, okay, you make these, you fine, you don't care about your computers, you only care about your devices, but like you could only create apps for the devices using the computers. Like you had to have the computers. The computers were a critical part of their of the ecosystem because that's where you made the apps that you made all your money from on iOS and iPadOS. And I guess they just thought like, well, our developers will tolerate this garbage that we're making. And they did. And I did, kind of. But the question that continually came up was like, well, when do they stop doing that? Like, and they, app wise, they have all the stuff for mobile. So they have equivalents of kind of all of Apple, at least, of their desktop creative content apps on mobile. So you can create the content, you can create the videos and the social media posts and whatever. You just can't create the applications. And so the big question is like, when is Xcode coming? When are you going to have Xcode on iPad so that you can just do all your work on an iPad and you don't need a Mac OS device anymore? Like where iPad OS would be an entirely closed loop. Like you could develop apps there. And they still haven't gotten there, but Swift OS or whatever, Swift Playground, I think that's like their foray into that, right? Wait, you think the price performance on your MacBook Pro is bad? Really? You think so? On your 2021 MacBook Pro with a M1 Pro or M1 Max, you think the price to performance is bad? That's outrageous. Really? I don't believe you. I guess you'd have to come up with a metric, I guess, that properly factored in like GPU and CPU performance. But even just the notion that you could put 32 gig, dedicate 32 gig to your GPU, can you do that on other laptops? Can you get a laptop? Can you get a PC laptop with 32 gig of graphics memory? Is that even a thing you can do? Really? Wait, so much slower in what context? So what did you get? Did you get an M1 uh, Pro or an M1 Max? So we gotta find a place. But that's what I was about to say. Is like what's your Rosetta ratio? How Rosettaed are you at this moment? Like Unity has a Unity editor. Is there native? Are we native yet? Can't remember. You got an M1 Pro. Wow. What is where is it failing you? Let's just top all these up. How about that? As we crash to the ground because this is I really don't enjoy this part of this game. I mean, it was certainly a part of Factorio as well, but somehow the power management loop in this game, I just never feel like I'm fully on top of. Good grief, really? All of these biofuel burners are full. What am I gonna do? Is it that, are we that bad? Is it that bad? Okay, we're not all full, never mind. But still, there's a lot of biofuel. Do I need to make some more? I made a bunch of oil-powered generators. A whole bunch of them. Like, the biofuel management sucks. It's not fun. Definitely very low on biofuel here. Well, wait a minute. I mean, slower in what? Like in what? I mean, certainly I could see. I thought benchmark-wise, the GPU cores on an M1 Mac, an M1 Pro, were like in the ballpark of like a 2070. Is that not bearing out for you? I mean, in the ballpark of a 2070, but ignoring the crazy factor of being able to like have. I mean, I don't know if this really works in practice, but in theory, that you can have a absurd amount of memory dedicated to your GPU uh, in a way that you couldn't necessarily. I don't actually know if they expose ways for you to allocate that yourself, though. So I shouldn't speak to that because maybe they don't actually expose the way for you to do what I want to be able to do. Like in a Raspberry Pi, for example, and this is a dumb example, kind of, because it's such a different example. But a Raspberry Pi, it's it's an ARM chip with shared memory between the CPU and GPU, and you can just manually go in and allocate it yourself. So you can just say, oh, I want this much memory dedicated to graphics and this much memory dedicated to the CPU. Huh. What version of Unity? I'm not sure. Do you know if I don't know if like where are we in terms of Unity and like native silicone? Is that you'd think that Unity would have done that? So we had preview builds. Yeah, they had preview builds in June. So when did we actually? So native silicone editor. Okay, 2021.2 is native, right? I see. So Ben, well, I'm not sure that maybe this has changed since then and gone mainstream. But are you running a silicone editor? Because if not, you're running it through a translation layer, which I could see being real bad for Unity. I have no idea if this has been backported to older editor versions. Yeah, so if you're on 2020 and they haven't backported, which I'm not sure, like maybe they have. 2020.3. Yeah, like look at these are wow. So this 2 second compile time in 2020.3 becomes on native silicon 0.0007. So that to me is good price to performance, right? Like this is the i9, this is the Intel processor. So it's 142% faster than the Intel processor. On these other compiles, 200% versus an i9. Otherwise, yeah, you're probably at like half the speed. I will say I don't really know how that I don't know how that translates to on the GPU end of things. I don't know the answer, unfortunately. But yeah, so you're probably in 2021, 2020.3.21, unless maybe they have gone back and backported. I don't know. Um, you're probably running half the speed of your PC, and you could be running twice the speed as your PC. Yeah, I would be really curious to know. I would be very, very curious to know. Um, I mean, this is a pretty insane. What's really interesting? Why is this? Why is 2021.2? This makes no sense to me. Why is that? Why is this compile so fast? Just between 21.2 and 2020.3 on the same hardware. Why, like that's actually more remarkable to me than anything. Did something change in 2021.2? Oh, I bet Blender's a disaster. What is this? What is this? The assembly reloads are about the same. The time to responsives are about the same. Is their chart wrong? This seems like this can't be right. Did they switch from seconds to milliseconds or something? But why? Why? I mean, this to me looks like they accidentally switched from seconds to milliseconds, right? Why would it be 3 orders of magnitude different on the same hardware? 3 orders of magnitude. I'm sure somebody else is going to call this out and be like, what are you talking about?" Um, Actually, now that I think about it, Ben, here's what I think they did. I think they released Apple Silicon build support. I think 2020.3 has the ability to build for Apple Silicon, but the editor itself is still uh, Intel, so it's running through Rosetta. So it's a little confusing because Unity supported Silicon right away for builds, but the editor didn't. Now, I don't know. That kind of seems like a thing they'd want to backport, but maybe it's just too much work. Maybe it's just too. Why does this drop down not work? Okay. So yeah, Apple Silicon editor for 2022.4. So the latest, but 2020.3 does not have it. Yeah. So what about 2020.1? Also no. So yeah, looks like, Ben, you have to switch to 2021.2 and your performance will be 4 times better than it currently is or something like that. I'm sorry, silicon. Do I keep saying silicone? I have a vague excuse for that. Silicon. Um, I was shopping for silicone lubricant yesterday, and so that is my excuse for saying silicone instead of silicon. Well, I can't even tell when it's a joke because I was saying aluminium over and over again. Silicon. That's pretty funny. I wasn't even thinking. That wasn't even an intentional joke. I just am incapable of speaking. But now I'm going to say it forever. Apple silicon. Okay, what are we doing? We're considering building a train. Right? I think we do it. I think we build a train. That creature is having a very difficult time over there. I know. Okay. Yeah, it's very good. Racklin, train. We'll build more train. Okay. Right on my Discord. Where did we actually go? We went up that way, so should we go back that way? I don't suppose it really matters. I kind of want to put it right here. Let's build it here for now. The thing that's annoying in my limited time experimenting with train is the tracks don't auto-elevate. Like some of the other things that you can make kind of... That doesn't look good. Apple silicone. Ridiculous. Now I'm going to say it I'm going to always say it just out of spite. Okay, we got a train. Yeah, so a lot of things when you place them in this game that are things like supports, you can adjust the height after you, or as part of the placement. So you pick where you want it to go, and then you pick how tall you want it to be. And that seems to not be the case for train tracks. So you have to independently build platforms for the train track. I mean, I certainly could be missing something, and I probably am. But it seems to me that you have to independently build platforms for the train tracks, and it's kind of annoying. Did I just downgrade that and unconnect a bunch of things? Conveyors, you can at least... So, for example, if I do this conveyor pole, I can click it and then I can lift it, right? So it's a 2-click placement thing. So that's okay. The hypertube transports and the oil supports also do that if you are building the supports. Okay, I think I just really screwed this up, which is pretty annoying. That I mean, I did it and I blame myself, but I just downgraded... I downgraded a power pole and it disconnected everything that was connected to it. Which, you know, guess that's what happens. Is that what happened? Why do none of these... Is it you? Okay, that was it. Okay, we seemingly didn't lose too much. Okay, so let's think about this. Yeah, so train tracks. You just place them and they look dumb. and that's how they work. Like you just do this and then it's on the ground and it's just not great. And so the thing I was doing before when I was playing with it was just like, we just build a foundation. Okay, we want to go this way though. Just build a foundation or a couple foundations. Wow, I'm out of concrete? Am I out of concrete? Because I'm perpetually out of everything in this game? Did I build any concrete over here? No. There's some limestone up there, but no concrete. Okay, let's go. Let's go get some concrete. Okay, well, train track. Okay, here's... In thinking about all the dog stuff and the direct object stuff and heat and being forced to work on heat again, which I did only begrudgingly, maybe it's time to once again consider, because people seem to use heat. I don't know if it's a lot of people, but like people are using it. So do I once again try to consider a way to monetize heat that doesn't make me furious? I'm not sure if it's possible, because I remember last time we looked, it was like the API was designed in such a way to make it difficult for me to do what I wanted to do. But maybe it's time to try again. Where do we find concrete? Where do you buy concrete at this hour? The stream drops, I don't even know what's going on with that, actually. Like, some of that, I heard about that only... I never got into slobs, so I was never really in the loop on that. But yeah, seems like they very quickly... It seems like very quickly everybody instantly started hating Streamlabs. Is that fair to say? Yeah, nice. Yeah, accidentally Richard M. Stallman would be proud. I mean, it always felt weird to me. It felt, I don't know, I never, whatever. OBS generally did the thing that I wanted OBS to do, so I never really thought about it that much. Okay, so this is the process that's kind of slow. Is that we're gonna manually build these, and now I'm realizing I'm probably 1 inch too far away, and this isn't gonna reach here. Great, yeah. Well, let me fly backwards just slightly, and we'll try that again. So we'll try to make some stupid towers here, because, I mean, am I wrong? Is there? I don't think there is elevation for tracks, like track elevation. I don't think exists, which is really weird, because everything else, or maybe not everything else, but so many other things in this game have some ability to be elevated. So it kind of seems like a weird oversight. Also, the like track drawing looks very, very noodly tracks. We end up with very noodly, noodly routes here. That may be too steep. Too steep. It's too steep, right? Okay, whatever. I don't know. It just doesn't feel as tidy as some of the other stuff. I mean, yeah, people seem to like it. They liked the pitch, I guess, which was like, right. I guess the pitch didn't ever quite make sense to me, but the pitch, people liked it, which was like, streaming's hard, and having interesting integrations for your stream is hard, and this will make it easy for you. And like, that's an appealing pitch. I could understand that. But reality didn't match the pitch. I mean, it seemed okay. It seems like it kind of did. It seems like the product did the thing they said it would do, sort of, right? Way too steep. I don't know. I don't know enough about the contention to really weigh in. That would really make sense if like the well is slightly poisoned to begin with because of the personal financial stakes or personal financial burden, however you want to put it, on the popular streamers using it. So that actually makes a ton of sense. Track is too sharp a turn. I really am not. I think I'm struggling with the old train here. The thing that I really don't like about the train is also on other things that you place, you have the ability to very easily angle things. Like, this is crazy. How did this happen? You can like angle things up and down and whatever. So now I have the train just going into the ground, I guess. I guess that's just how we are. And it seems very difficult to straighten out the train. Once you've got the train doing weird train stuff and you're noodling back and forth, I don't know how you get the train to be straight again. And maybe you just don't. So I think I'm just not going to care for this segment because it seems kind of built not to care. I am worried about this incline though. So I think we're not going to be able to do this. Find a place that works. I thought I saw one. Oh, right there. Track is too steep. No, it isn't. Track is fine. Track is fine. Fine. Why would you call that too steep? Look at it. Yeah, the train, I don't know. This track situation sucks. That's what I'll say. I don't like it. I don't think it's good. And flying is hard. I'll also say that. I mean, I guess we could try to go... Well, okay. Do we just go here? Is that the better thing to do? I mean, I feel like our train track is ruined, but maybe we just won't ever look at this part. We just won't speak about this. This part of the track is, like... This track will momentarily go underwater. Yeah, I know. It's... oh boy.
Relaying message. Hello, this is paternal figure.
Oh, we got
I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure.
magical thing somewhere?
Doctors
Where
say
is
that
it?
the only remedy is alien artifacts.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, seems like the people who make money on Twitch always want new ways to make money on Twitch, and if you can just click their butt or something, that seems like everybody wins, right? With butt clicking. It's a win-win situation for all involved. It was just annoying. Just doing the actual work. Annoying. I am 3 wire short. Cable, sorry, not wire. So I think we can, hopefully I have some copper in my pocket. I usually do, but you know, maybe this is the time I don't have copper in my pocket. I don't know why, I also feel like this is a thing that happened to me less frequently in Factorio. I don't know why. I just seemed to generally be able to lay things. Maybe because it was easier to make like the giant mega conveyors that just carried dozens of items, two items per conveyor belt. So it was easier to just always be sure that you kind of had everything everywhere. Um, and that doesn't seem as straightforward in this game, perhaps. How do you load this thing? So we need, um, not only do we need the train track, which this is going to be wrong. It's going to be mad at us, but we're going to ignore that for a second. We need a freight cars that stop at the... Okay, so the engines are going to stop... Yeah, actually... So, that idea of like... Yes, when you're on those crazy streams that just have a massive stream of content, of chat, where chat's just out of control and there's way too much. The idea of like almost visual, it's almost like a data viz problem, right? Yeah, right. Like you're gonna like summarize. Um, so weirdly, it's a project I worked on with Ben a few years ago, and it was this problem of like, um, we were working on this VR basketball game watching app, right? So you would put on the headset and you'd watch a live basketball game. And they wanted this thing where you could send emojis, like you could send like fire or thumbs up or whatever, like show your hype, and it would get broadcast to everybody. In practice, one, it was way too much traffic, right? Like you wouldn't want to send emojis from every single person watching an NBA game because you just don't want to deal with it unless you want to like build a chat service. But this was like pretty prototypey. And two, it was like you don't want that much information. You don't want to see it. So you don't want to like send it from a sort of like server implementation thing because it's more data than you want, and it's more than you want to see. It's too much to want to look at. So what I did instead, and I think it wasn't a bad plan, and I think this could work for the thing you're talking about, was like it would take that data in, it would like get the emojis in or whatever, and then it would kind of, I mean, a histogram is kind of a way to think of it. It would basically reduce all, so say there's like 6 emojis, it would, or whatever it was, 9, it would reduce those to an individual hype level. So it was just a normalized float that was like a level of those emojis that was handled server side, right? So as they came in, they all went into this big sort of moving average that could maximize, and then all you had to send to the individual clients, they didn't care, you know, it didn't matter if their individual one-to-one emoji came from somebody in Kansas. It would just, what you cared about was like, oh, there's lots of fire emojis happening right now, or there's lots of thumbs happening right now, or whatever. And so you were able to sort of essentially have just a normalized meter of whatever the source data is. Um, yeah, same idea. And so that worked. So I actually had never really thought of trying to adapt that to Twitch, but it seems like that could work. Okay, so here is a thing we really have to figure out before we screw ourselves. Is these freight platforms, is this a thing like Factorio where as a train, so one, can trains go backwards? That's a major question. Yeah, I mean, it's all bad, right? It's not good. With an engine on each end, you don't have to loop your tracks. Okay. Bidirectional can only have 2 stations. I think I'm okay with that for the moment. And I think at the moment we only want 1 freight car. So what that means though, I think, is that we actually want the train station to be as close to this little valley mouth as possible, and we want to try to line this up so we can have other. In fact, let's just really try to think about this. Can you hear the fracking happening behind me? I can't believe I'm fracking. I knew this day would come. Just a day in everybody's life where you find yourself fracking, I guess. It's very violent. Okay, here's my plan. I don't know if it's a good plan, but it's the plan that I've got. Is we're going to build a train station here. The fracking was causing my train station to bounce around. I very well may have done that backwards. It sure looks like I did. And then we need a freight platform. And we need more wire for reasons that are like, you know, maybe a little questionable. Is that gonna fit? Okay, but it seems like this can snap in here, right? So we just need a little more wire. That's no problem. So I think I destroyed my crafting bench. Yeah, I like the. I mean, you know, I'm biased, but I think heat's kind of cool, and for a lot of the kinds of content that are popular on Twitch, for better or worse, engaging directly with the video image, I think is it's a thing that I'm still surprised that Twitch just hasn't stolen. Like, seems like a thing that would have been obvious to them, but I don't know. Maybe I'm overly convinced in its value. Okay, so what I think we want to try to do... Anyway, the thing is, people want to click other people's butts. Given. First of all, what do we need? 5 beacons. Okay. We also want a freight car, which we can make. So we need 5 beacons for no discernible reason. People want to click butts, and people want their butt clicked if they get paid every time someone clicks their butt. I feel pretty confident in that. I think anybody on Twitch who makes money from Twitch is open to all new avenues of... that is annoying. Can we make 4 beacons? This wire is so low on this cable. And so, like, I feel like the audience is there, both in terms of the broadcaster audience and the people audience. It's just an issue of making a way, like, making the monetization not terrible for them. And that's for the broadcaster and for the user. And I don't know how to do that. I really don't. I mean, I had ideas on how to do it that the API just seemed to not... want to help me out with? Okay, this is a freight car. Is that fine? I just want a freight car, and then I need another locomotive. So we do need 4 more beacons. Bits to click. Yeah, it seems like the only way, actually. Like, unfortunately, it kind of is the only way. It's just, what does that look like? Like, how do I do it? Where does it get stored? I guess it's in a durable object in some sort of, using the key value system. Those are a bit limited, I want to say, like the number of key value pairs you can have in a single durable object. Or wait, key value, okay, there's 2 things here actually, right? Because KV is its own thing. So KV is a data store. But isn't there a limit? I wanted to say it was relatively low. Okay. So you can write more than one at a time. So I can have 10,000 KB pairs. But like, doesn't that seem like a weird limit? Um, that's kind of, that's not enough, right? If I need to store, I have to, that's the thing that really sucks is the like API to see who owns what and all that stuff. And they make it so hard and they needlessly put so much burden on the backend developer when there's stuff that's clearly happening on the Twitch end that they just don't expose. Anyway, um, is this not the thing we're supposed to use? I do like this. Only validates for a certain amount of time. Maybe I should do that. If you can write expiring keys. Oh, should I? Hmm. I have this issue with my cooldown stuff at the moment. Um, so, but doesn't 10,000 seem low? Yeah, right. That's what bothered me. Well, you're right. I mean, the robustness is where I got bummed out. And I guess I could worry less about robustness and call it beta, like everybody does. Just make a bad version and call it beta, and if you lose your bits, you lose your bits. Um, well, wait a minute. You can't. Oh, that's writing data in bulk. So I don't need to write in bulk. You can write more than one with Wrangler or the by. That is that just the number you can write in bulk? Okay, I'm sorry. So does that mean I can have as many as I want? Or how's this monetized? Like how does this? Okay, I misunderstood that. I think that's just the maximum you could write, which really wouldn't make sense if that was the total. Um, so how much does this cost? Okay, so there's limits. Keys per namespace is unlimited. That's pretty fancy. Okay. So actually, maybe I should port my cooldowns. Wait, why is this under durable object pricing? Here, this is what we want. The workers free plan includes limited KV, limited workers KV usage, all limits reset daily. Okay, I see. So for the paid plan, I get 10 million reads. I get a million writes. So that's probably enough, right? Yes, the bits. Well, it was the other thing, the channel rewards. There was no way for me to get money from that, but bits did. I can't exactly remember. Yeah, bits in app. If I build an extension that a broadcaster uses to sell bits, I get a cut of that. Yes. I think there was a channel rewards thing, but if I built a thing to give you channel rewards, I didn't get a cut of that. I might be remembering that wrong. It's been like 6 months. Um, but yeah, there was no donation in that way. In the bits way, I definitely get bits. Like, I mean, I definitely get money from that. Okay, so this is pretty good actually. Like, if I can, the write requests. Do you think this is per month? 1 million a month. Because I was about to say the writes, if I want to do the cooldown thing and use KV for it instead of sticking it in right now I'm storing the cooldown stuff in the durable object, and I'm worried about that because I think it will there's the potential over time for it to use up all the memory, which would be bad. So the write requests, only 10 million, only 1 million writes may not be enough. Oh, really? Channel points for gambling? Beautiful. Anyway, the bits thing worked. I don't remember exactly the details. There were just lots of reasons that I thought it was super annoying. Sorry, the thing I'm considering right now is whether I should each... I wish this was a bigger number. Because I think even now we get more than 1 million clicks a month. We get a lot of freaking clicks. Well, the problem is every single click is potentially a write, and we get a whole lot of clicks. Yeah, I mean, if Heat pays for itself and makes a little money, that would be great. I feel like if I built it well, we could get lots of butt-clicking money. The read request seems fine. It's kind of annoying that the read and writes are asymmetrical, but I guess it's not a surprise. Now, but if we need to write that you have purchased clicks and that in some number of clicks needs to be stored somewhere, we're definitely going to use this, right? Like, you buy your clicks when that transaction is approved. Your clicks, you know, there's an entry that's like your username and channel is the key, and the value is the number of clicks you have. And in fact, that's the thing we didn't like. I didn't want to track individual clicks like you buy 100 clicks. I wanted to say, like, you get clicks for an hour. That would be what, you know, then we don't have to continually be updating a value. We just write that you're valid, and we make it an expiring key that automatically expires in an hour, and then we don't have to do anything. Actually, that's the way to do it, right? You buy it. We do all the whatever nonsense to validate the purchase. We make an entry for you in the KV table. We set it to expire in an hour, and that's it. Yeah. Right. You can buy some amount of time, and then that's just, and then the nice thing about that is we just don't have to care. Like, we don't have to manage anything. All we have to do is just check, like, are you on the yes list? Now there's some annoying, okay, the back end parts of that are pretty easy. On our end are easy. Like, of course, it would be trivial to do what I just described, except we have to tie into the stupid purchasing API, which I remember being terrible, and we have to make a user experience that isn't awful. Because that problem that we have here, it's a pretty weird one, and I don't know exactly how to solve this on Twitch, is, well, Heat is currently just an overlay, right? Like, it's just an overlay extension. So how do you buy them? How do you pay your bits? Is that a thing that can appear in the overlay? Or is it a separate panel? How do people usually buy bits on a channel? Is it usually just some panel where you can pay for bits in your panel? I assume. Okay, we want another locomotive. And we already built a train station at the other end, so can we just turn this thing on? Locomotive has no timetable. Okay, at the timetable. Here, and then here. Next stop is unreachable. Oh, yeah, probably. Well, that's part of the problem. Wait, didn't we build it? We built a train station at the other end of this, didn't we? I actually don't know which. Okay, I don't know which train station is which. This is Hamburg Hauptbahnhof. This is Dordrecht Central. And this is Skogdiv C. Okay, I see. So this train, that's pretty weird. How are you supposed to program this? Do we have to go? Was that the wrong train station? No, that's the right train station. Why can't I get from here to here? Why is the next step unreachable? Did I break it somewhere? Yeah, I mean, I know the programming part. I mean, that's not. Maybe I didn't phrase the question well. Like the software part, I totally get. I just mean making the interface part. Like, what is the standard? Because right now he is only an overlay extension. You only appear over the video. So would it be weird to try to cram an interface for buying bits also on top of the video, or should we have a separate interface under? Like under the video where you buy the heat bits. No one uses extensions. Okay, great. Like, is there any good extension? Surely there's an extension people use that people spend bits on. Is that not true? Is that just not a thing that actually happens? Okay, I should just be driving this train, right? Let me just get this train and drive it. You never seen one? Okay. I thought people used them for what? I don't know. So are bits primarily just used for cheering? Yeah. Is my train, is this like because my locomotive is backwards? Does that matter? Maybe that matters. I mean, that would be weird that it would matter. In my mind, that would be weird. Okay. That matters apparently. Wait, get on the train. Wait, hang on. Oh no. Okay. Let's experiment. So that is the outgoing. That's outgoing. Where's... Oh. Oh. Can you not... Wait. You can't have one train... I don't like this. Yeah, so whatever. That's UX problems, and those are annoying problems, but they're solvable. I mean, yeah. You got to click on the video to do it. Can't right click because that's used. Can't double click. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky actually. Like how you would do it. I have to think about that. Speaking of heat, is it broken again? I feel like I broke heat today. Turn off the heat overlay, turn on the heat overlay. There it is. Yeah, I don't know. Like the heat. Maybe my reconnect is messed up or. Okay, so wait, this seems like it sucks. So I can't have a single. Oh, I guess that kind of makes sense. But I was hoping to have two. Okay, let's just think about this for a second because maybe this works really well for us. Maybe. I think we don't want this freight platform. I think we want this fluid freight platform. What happened? Did we lose power? That was weird. Okay. So, fluid freight platform has a load or unload. Sound alerts. I feel like that's a thing I've heard of. Okay, so this is... Does this appear on the video, or is this is a panel under the video, right? Like by design, this is a panel under the video. I like this actually. If this really, I was hoping you could click streams and it would just show you everybody using it. I was thinking of adding that to Twitch. Oh yeah, you can. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was thinking of adding this to Twitch, just like anybody who's using Heat. I should be able to know that now. I built like a little status thing in. Okay, so you're telling me if I go... These are small, really big viewers here. Or big channels. Okay, sound alerts. Dead Cells official extension. Interesting. So if I click sound alerts, I can barely see this. But why is this so terrible? I guess it's just like designed to scale with the... Okay, I see. So I could pay 100 bits and say sexy sax. Wow. Okay, so I was thinking it would go down here. But you're telling me it goes up here. And this is like, lets you buy... That's pretty interesting, though. So I don't know what this is. What if you click on that with heat? How does that work? I thought it just showed the like give you permission thing. So I can have the add to my channel visible thing. Oh, is this because I'm the author? So what does it show if I'm not logged in? Turn on sound. Wait, are you gonna pay? Are you gonna pay for some? You gonna spend some bits, Binary? Okay, unmute. Oh, very good.
How do I look at the damage?
Very nice. A little never gonna dance again. Okay, very good. You really rewarded this person. Um, what was I about to do? We were gonna try to go here and go here as a non-logged in person and click this. So I don't think I realized you could configure this. I wonder if that's new. Like the having a having a custom. Hmm. Okay. Well, that solves that, right? Yeah, I don't this particular thing. I mean, I kind of remember having skews, but I don't remember being able to build these panels. Like I thought there was video overlay and chat panel and like one other kind of extension. Um, so the type of extension, panel, extension types. Okay. A panel sits with the rest of the user. So this is what I thought you have to use. There's an overlay extension on top of the whole video as a transparent overlay. A component extension. I see. Well, okay, so that's kind of the problem. The what we just saw was a component extension. I can't do that at the same time as being an overlay extension. I don't think. I think those are mutually exclusive. And they can be hidden by viewers. Like I don't think I can have I might be wrong. Maybe you can. But I think they're mutually exclusive. Oh boy. Okay, those are panel extensions. Video overlay extensions. We got this interaction safe zone. Pop out extension. Yeah, yeah. I think I think it works. I mean, the KV thing seems like it makes life a little less. It'll still be annoying. It will definitely be annoying. You're probably right that it's okay. That's another thing that's annoying is the like um, the UI for the broadcaster to configure and like but yeah, maybe we don't let them and we just say like these are the tiers, whatever. This is how much it costs. It's how like you can't set prices, whatever. Maybe that comes in a later version. Um, so, but I kind of think So what I'm trying to remember is uh, creating the extension front end, like where you say what your types are. I thought that they weren't, that panels and overlays weren't mutually exclusive, and that I could have both of those. That might be totally wrong. This documentation is not making that pretty is not making that very clear, unfortunately. In other words, I think it's maybe possible um, to have heat also have a panel. Like it would be nice to have it also have that component. Is that what it's called? Something that's not cool is broadcaster overlays, video overlay, HTML. Like it'd be cool to have both. Live config. That's for the broadcaster. That well, in the rig, it does sometimes. It sometimes works. The overlays sometimes work. Okay, so this has a video component and a video overlay. So is this true? Can I actually do both? Okay, you got me. It may be possible. It may be possible to have a video component and a video overlay at the same time, which I think would be the ideal. I think that would be the way to do it. I think that would be the way to go. Um, Meanwhile, we've got gas to send. Where's my train? Anybody seen my train? What's my train doing over there? Nobody knows. The train seems to be unhappy for some reason. Okay, anyway, let's do this instead. Let's destroy all these. Okay, binary, you've almost talked me into this until I look at it again and decide I hate it yet again. Um, so can I really understand why this has all these inputs and outputs? But if we're just gonna send gas down the hill, let's make a couple extractors. Whoa! Problems with my power of flight at the moment. Wonder why I can't get this to align with those. Is that going to be a problem? Guess not. Guess we just will get it close. Okay, that seems okay. Is that happening? NFT kisses? Is that a thing? Can I own an NFT of a streamer's butt? Okay, so we want to load the train when the train comes. We should end up with the freight car right here. We've lost our train somehow. I don't really know what happened. So my current plan, which I don't know that I like or dislike or I don't know. We're just gonna take nitrogen up and down the hill. This will be the nitrogen train. Wish this jetpack was faster. Also, wait, why why am I losing power? Did I accidentally lose power to my train? My train station? No, I've got power on the over the track. Okay, it's just being weird, I guess. It's so slow. Okay, NFT kisses. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna get rich. Okay, I think this doesn't sound too terrible. If we really can do this in such a way that we do the payment processing, we just have to have some dumb thing that's going to do that. I remember really not liking the API, but we'll figure it out. And we just stick that in worker KV. And who's charging me money in the middle of the night? Uh, what's wrong, train? Why is my train unhappy? Because it can't unload? Is that the issue? Station unreachable. I don't believe you. Why would that be true? Why is the station unreachable? Okay, we got a couple things we need to... We're dying over here, but let's ignore our deaths for the moment because we have some work to do. So I do have an issue. I do need to build the... Is it really? How's it happening? Like, what's the service people are using to donate crypto to streamers? Like, who's making that happen? What a nightmare! What a nightmare we live in. So if I wanted a freight platform, we'd have issues here. Let's do this. This is gonna be great. Oh, interesting. I can't dismantle this because the train is docked here? I've never had that happen. Okay. Let's... Oh, boy. Okay, power. Okay. Let's try the following. See if I get it right. We want even more foundations. Let's get into Zoop mode. Let's get the freight situation under control. So we need the train station first. It has an arrow pointing that way, which seems like what we want. And we want a fluid freight platform. Once again, we don't have enough wire. This wire's really cramping my style. Do we have a crafting station anywhere? I should just go get some. Cable. Let's make a bunch of cable. 1 up coin. Oh, what a nightmare! All of it's such a nightmare. Why doesn't Twitch just turn bits into a put bits on the blockchain? Right. That's the real secret here. Turn bits into cryptocurrency. Bit. Yeah, they could call it Bitcoin. Perfect. That's a catchy name. Bits coin. Okay, transportation. I feel like I'm missing something here, but here's a fluid freight platform. I don't know that it really matters which side it's on. I kind of hope it doesn't matter which side it's on. So let's try to build this train facing this direction. That train does not look like it's placed in a healthy way. In fact, let's like build it. Oh, shoot. I have a track hole. The track is too short. And now the track is not going to stretch out to there. Oh boy. Okay, let's just do this for now. Okay, we got the track. So what do we need to accomplish? We need a train facing that way. We need a freight car. And we need another train facing the other way. And somehow I'm out of these heavy cubes and I don't understand. How could I be out of those? Because we had enough to make this before. I guess we must have had to use them in the making of that other station. Okay. Hopefully I have enough stuff in my pocket to make heavy cubes. I don't. I'm out of frickin' screws. And it takes so many screws. How many do we need to make the other locomotive? Okay, let's just go get some. Let's just go get some stupid heavy cubes. This is not going very smoothly. I had hoped this train would be smoother. Beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. Put it all together. Okay. So in my brain right now, this stuff doesn't sound too bad. If we can do that component, if we can combine a component with an overlay, that certainly solves some more UI woes. If we just decide at the beginning that we're not going to give the broadcaster, at least for version 1, give the broadcaster the ability to choose an amount, let them like choose tiers and choose the pricing, and we just say it is what we say it is, which is 100 bits for an hour or whatever we say. Then we don't have to think about that UI, and you're just a user, and all you do is you click the thing, and then you can click their butt, and you just click butts to your heart's content. And then when we get that transaction, we stick it in the key value service with expiration date, and then all we have to do, well, there's one other thing we have to do. We have to know that a channel is monetized. So that is the thing we do have to know. So I guess that can just also get stuck in didn't mean to do that. That can be another key value, another entry, but there does have to be a point that that's a bit annoying. There's ways to do that. There's their configuration service, but I think we would just ignore it, and we would just write some kind of wrapper that would let the broadcaster basically check a checkbox to say that bits are required if they were enabled for the channel. And I unfortunately don't think there is for that particular thing, because Okay, they do have their thing that's like their configuration service where you can have a channel configuration. And so in that world, which is very scoped to Twitch land, not with my backend service, they could mark that they wanted uh, to support bits, but I have to know on the server side, like I have to know on the backend side when I'm processing clicks if I need to check to see if monetization matters, right? So somehow it has to get out of Twitch land into my land anyway after the click happens, unless polling for, I don't think so. Unfortunately, I think that's part of what I looked at last time that was so infuriating, is that there was not an easy way to do that. Unless you did everything totally client side, which at that point anybody could just set whatever they wanted. Like, you know, if you were totally client side, then it was very exploitable. Next stop is unreachable. Why? It's right there. I see it. Why do you think it's unreachable? So yeah, like pulling the user paid in last hour, there's potentially some way that you could do that on Twitch, but it would all just be in JavaScript land in their browser, and it'd be really easy to circumvent. And it actually would be annoying. I don't know. I think that was actually hard. I think that was actually not easy to do, to just like make a query. Yeah, now that I'm remembering, you could only pull like a massive list of transactions. Like the ability to go back and validate transactions was really terrible, if I remember correctly. And that was the thing that I hated, right? Was like, oh no, if we wanted to like go back and when the server came on, go back and figure out all transactions that were valid at the moment, we would have to go through this like cursored API. But if we just use KV, I don't know, KV sounds like the way to go to me. Oh, if I die because of poison right now, that would be very frustrating. Okay, train menu, turn off self-driving. Just let me drive. So I don't understand why it's not docking. I seem to be having brake problems, which is not good. Yikes, get back on. Okay. Let's try this. Let's try this again. We want to edit the timetable. Let's try this again. We want to add this place and then add this place. Save changes. And we want to turn on self-driving. Why do you think the next stop is unavailable? Should stay at the station until one load unload has been completed or wait for 15 seconds. And we want, oh, I see, load only and unload only. So we want to load, and this is, okay, I see. Okay, so you can be, so when we're at this station, which one is this? Surgen station. So when we're at Surgen station, we want to unload only nitrogen gas. And when we're here, we want to load only nitrogen gas. Why do you think that it thinks that I can't get there? Is there a different timetable on the two trains? Doesn't seem like it. Am I just totally missing some very obvious thing? Double-headed, set the timetable for each locomotive for the direction that each one will be pulling. Don't try to put both in a single schedule. So I'm supposed to have two different locomotives in the timetable. Yeah, this... What is your... Wait, come back. Come back. Come back. Feel like I'm just missing something because this feels like the way they should work, right? Locomotive to freight car ratio 1:4. Okay. Round trip time. Train issues. So I'm not seeing this like... So, I mean, this is 2 years old with two people facing two different directions. You must have a station facing the direction the train is moving as it docks. So is my station facing the wrong direction? I would kind of believe that. I mean, I don't know. Is that station facing the wrong direction? Oh, nice. It may not be. I mean, they do. There is the Twitch configuration extension configuration service, but I don't. They maybe use that. I would find it a little hard to believe, but maybe they do. What is my problem? Is my station facing backwards? I really don't understand what the issue is. Okay, so we need to... Maybe it was backwards at both ends. And we want to edit the timetable. And we want to say load only nitrogen gas. Is it doing it? Wow, look at that. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I will certainly look into it, but it doesn't. I mean, it kind of doesn't. The point is, I need to know that stuff on my end anyway. I need to know that stuff in Cloudflare land anyway, and so I've got to get the data there somehow anyway. So, from that standpoint, oh, that's reverse. This the wrong way? There we go. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, I really don't. I don't know. Like it, the. I feel like I looked at this pretty closely last time, and it really one of the things that really bothered me is that they didn't make it easy to check very quickly, like if a given user had, like even if it was like, oh, did I as a user make a purchase in the last 10 minutes? I believe that was not super straightforward. If I remember correctly, even finding out something like that seems pretty trivial was not super obvious. But I certainly could have done it wrong or missed something or... Okay. So I guess the issue is that the train station faces a different direction than I thought the train station faced. The arrow pointing that way. And so we want to say, edit the timetable, add this place, say we're going to unload nitrogen gas. So, no power. Of course. Of course. Why would there be power? I mean, it also could be that the API changed since the last time I looked, but I'm pretty sure the last time we looked, it was like you could only do some dumb cursor. Can you not load and unload at the same time on one? I don't really see how you would. Like, this is definitely marked. Like, can one car not load and unload at the same time? That would be not cool. Bi-directional train loading and unloading? How to feasibly load and unload from the same platform. That just seems like a thing you can't do, which I'm not into. It seems annoying. Like, if we load it on one side and unload it on the other side, that seems like a fairly obvious thing. Okay, is this unload going to happen? That didn't go well. So, what went wrong? When we get to Hamburg Hauptbahnhof, we want to load nitrogen gas. When we get here, we want to unload nitrogen gas. Is it perhaps because we... That would be nice from this locomotive status thing to know what it's carrying. So we're just going to sit here for 15 seconds. Can we not unload it because I don't have the unload pipe hooked to something? Is that the problem? Possibly. Well, anyway, we got a cool train. It's a pretty cool train, gotta say. Looks really cool when it goes over these broken looking tracks. And crashes through trees. Stop braking, coward. The brakes are cool. Okay, I'm just gonna assume that the issue is we don't have anywhere for the contents to go, and that's why. We're not unloading? This is going to complain that it's too steep. Right? My favorite error in the whole game. For sure. For sure too steep. Okay. Unload some juice here. Yeah, I don't know. I know, Draclin blew it. Ben, what do you think of this beautiful train? The train's kind of cool. I don't like that you can't load and unload at the same time. That seems like a really major oversight? I don't know. Feels like you should be able to unload and then load one after another. There's a giant hole in the earth. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't fall in the earth hole. I mean, I guess you could set up more stations, I guess, but yeah, not ideal. So hopefully the train comes back one of these days. And hopefully it unloads now because we plugged into the thing. Oh, we're supposed to be unloading here. I didn't check the checkbox that says unload. I think you could do multiple stops, but that would be... I think you could. You would just need some space because you have to have multiple stations. And since I'm doing the bi-directional thing, I think that gets really weird. Because when you're trying to do bi-directional, you have to have stations on both sides and intermediate. So really, I would have to have like 4 train stations in the middle. So I don't know. I think the real answer is just more cars. Okay, but that is a way to get nitrogen gas. How much gas we hold in one of those? But that's pretty good. We got nitrogen gas down here. It was not too painful. Let's quickly build a couple of constructors for aluminum buckets. Which is, I think, a thing we need. So one thing that I like, maybe I should do a train loop. It just seems extra annoying. Like the back-to-back thing is what I did in Pectorail a lot. I mean the like train at both ends of your train car back to back. But maybe that's not the way to do things here. Okay, we need to get aluminum down here. I mean, aluminium. And I seemingly did my mergers wrong. Wait, those weren't supposed to be mergers. Those were supposed to be splitters. That would explain my problem. Okay. Let's do that. Let's do this. Can't upgrade this. That may be true. I mean, the drones did have a cute takeoff, but yeah, the train is way more intense. Clearly love the trains. How are we doing in here in our buffer land? We were just throwing all that stuff in the trash. Okay, that gives us our aluminium buckets. Great. Great news. Let's merge these. Are you kidding me? I'm out of iron plate. Have any iron plate on this end of the world? I don't think so. Have any iron ingots in my pocket? I got a few. Where is the crafting station? They couldn't work on the drones because they had to work on all this Christmas stuff. Obviously, it's much more important. Okay. Speaking of Christmas, gotta go check on my candy cane production, right? Very important. I have also not been picking up enough presents, clearly. Okay, what was I doing? I was building splitters, building mergers. So, 2 mergers. And for now, you can just go somewhere fun, like... Let's have a big thing. Sure, have a big old thing. This is gonna complain. It's gonna be too steep. Or something. Something's gonna be wrong. Yeah, I knew it. Why did I do it when I knew it was gonna be wrong? I don't know. Because some part of me is like, this should work. And I know it's not going to, but because I believe in my heart that it should work, I'm going to do it and have it be wrong just so I can be annoyed with it. The power switch, it just lets you have power grids independently that you switch. I haven't even used one once. In retrospect, if I was starting again, I think I actually really would have been careful to have discrete power networks, just so I could know like what's using what. Because as it is now, all I can do is just look at this and be like, okay, on my entire planet, this is what's going on, but I don't really have a sense of where or what is using all that power. So it probably would have been smarter to like build little sub-regions to try to figure some of that stuff out. Okay. I feel like we're close to making our dumb cubes, right? Oh no, we're not. Yeah, even, I mean, yeah. I think it would have been hard to plan super well But even if I had just sort of been like, I don't know, slightly better about it, because I just hooked every single thing into the same power grid, and it means if I'm way off somewhere and I overtax it, then since my power, especially my whatever, the biomass generators are all centralized, I'd have to go across the world to try to fix the problem. And I don't know that the power switch really solves that for me unless there's just things I want to turn on periodically. Okay, so we are we're almost happy. Almost, except I forgot. I forgot how we need the stupid heavy frames. So, what do we want to do about that? We have a couple of options. One option is that we package our nitrogen here, which would seem sort of insane that we went all the trouble to bring the nitrogen gas down here. But I mean, this is where the aluminum is, so we could package it down here. Um, it's kind of weird. So does this have content that takes an amount of time to unload? Interesting. Okay, so we either have to package that and send it along with all the other crap that we're going to try to get out of this valley, or we have to bring those heavy frames back up here. I mean, we got train tracks all the way up to here. So part of me just wants to say, like, this train should just continue. Right? That's the answer. We got a train right here. Let's get this stupid train out of here. The thing that's going to be challenging, I think, is to try to do this in such a way that the tracks will cooperate. So, and it does, I think there's a little bit of a trick we're going to have to do to actually make this work, where we actually have stations going in both directions. I'm going to set this to vertical mode. Hey, look at that. This is not going to work. Is this going to work? Look at what a mess this is going to be. Is it going to work? It kind of seemed like it almost wanted to work, but it's not going to work. So how do we solve this? Do I need another intermediate big stupid thing? Like, I don't know. Like, once your train is curvy, it can just never go straight again. Is that the issue? I mean, I'm sure like doing this train, sure getting the train track logic working so you can have arbitrarily long trains with complex models on them. You can have a minimum bend. Like, it's probably not trivial to figure that out, but kind of annoying. Like, what are we gonna do? So one thing to make this work is we actually will need another station here, which is weird, but I think it's the only way to make it happen. So I think to make this, maybe there's a way we can make this happen if we try it a little more this way. But I don't know. Doesn't look promising. But let's see. We did it. Okay. So here's the thing. To have this intermediate stop on a train that goes back and forth, I'm pretty sure we're going to have to make an additional train station facing that way. Which is kind of weird. But that may have been how it was in Factoria. So I don't think I have enough goods to build a train station. Gosh, this really sucks though if we decide to add more cars. Because then every time we add more cars, we have to go back and like break this all apart. Life is yours. How's it going? So we need to plan for that now. We need to if we're gonna try to add multiple platforms in here, I think we need to just. Oh shoot, but it can't be there. Oh man. Okay. We're like kind of in bad shape as for how I did this. Because if the fluid platform is we want the fluid platform. Oh boy. I'm gonna think about this for a second. I guess it depends on which way we stop. We'd want to stop there when leaving. So maybe we're okay if we do this. We'd have to change where the fluid platform falls on the other side. I think we're low on stuff, right? So that gets us a freight platform. It only really matters which side freight is on. So we said we were just going to do fluid and freight here. It's going to be unload fluid, load up freight. It'll take the freight along. And now we're out of iron plate again. I have a fun idea on how to quickly get iron plate. Maybe. I don't think it's going to be enough. But any of these conveyor belts that we built with Mark 1, we can just Mark 2 it. And get the Mark 1 iron back. Except now we're out of Mark 2 material, so we're gonna, I guess, just make everything out of really expensive Mark 3 materials because we have tons of that. Let's do it. I just need iron. Okay, that's all Mark 3. Go make you Mark 3. You're already 3. Did that get us enough iron? We got 36. Maybe that's enough. Feels like it's not going to be enough. Okay, so we're going to say... Wait, is that a liquid freight? I didn't mean to make that a liquid freight. I wanted that as... Wait, fluid freight and regular freight. Yeah, just regular old freight, please. And now we want another train station for trains going that way. Right? Trains going that way. So our train schedule is going to be a nightmare. But I think we just have to live with it. Because this isn't one station now. It means when we're going in one direction, we'll stop at one of these stations, and we're going the other direction, we'll stop at the other. And that is how Factorio worked. I remember now. So for trains stopping that way, and then if we're going this way, the train stops this way, and then we have the other train. Okay, so we're kind of screwed up in terms of the way our freight works right now. We need an extra car. And actually, this is going to be backwards if we stop on the way. We need to switch these. This is going to be backwards. Or we have to, or we have to add another. Let me think about this for a second. Either we swap these, which is probably the easier thing. Okay, hang on. Train don't go. Well, okay, that's fine. Wait for the train to come back. I think we swap these and then we just add another thing. So we don't have to change what's going on at the far end. So the far end, the first car away from the train station is the oil like it is now. But yeah, when we come back here, we want this to be the opposite. So we want the fluid freight platform, and then we want the freight platform. And we want, I don't actually have a strong opinion about this, but I think I want it to face this way. I don't know. Probably going to regret that, but it's easy enough to tear down and rebuild. And now we just need to go your output to there. This needs to be an unload. This needs to be a load. And yeah, we'll just put whatever crap we want on there. We'll set up a nitrogen gas packaging plant over here that's going to use this nitrogen gas and aluminum, and it will stick that on the train. The train may be broken now. No, it's coming back, so we need to get on it before it gets here. We must board this train while it's in motion and stop it. Turn off self-driving. Okay, we did. Whew. Wait. There we go. We go one way or the other? No? So we need to introduce a freight car there. I really want to regret just not doing 3 of these, but this is what we're going to do. And then this needs to be facing this way. And did that mess up our train schedule? No, train schedule's okay. So hopefully this will just come in and do its thing. I hope. That is set to unload, so it's going to do its thing. Great! Look at these trains. It's pretty good. So now what we need... So we're not there yet, but we're going to get to the point where we want to load this. And this is where things like kind of suck as far as how you want to... I guess we just want a merger, and then we can like figure out ratios of stuff. Okay, so what we need to do now... Actually, there is an alternate idea. Which idea is better? To bring stuff out... Okay, shoot. We would need one more car. Can we fit one more... So the alternate idea is that we have the nitrogen gas plant is just all here. We don't ship the bottle stuff, and we just need a way to bring back stuff from the mainland. It would be no problem if we could double load and unload. Like if one car came in and we could load and unload all at once. But you can't do that. So we'd need one. If this was... You need like, you know... If you're going to load and unload at a station, you need 2 freight things. So do we try that? I guess so. Because if we do it now, you know, we don't have to deal with it. Right? We have to do that. For this station to be a load and unload, we have to, I think. So we need another freight platform. which is pretty weird. We can't do that. We need the freight. We need 2 freight platforms in a row, and then we need the fluid platform separate, and then we have to build a totally new. Can I go steal some of these platforms we had to use to build this? Okay, and then we have a train station pointed that way. We can't afford it because we don't have enough wire. So we'll make some wire. I mean cable. We have enough wire, but not enough cable. I need to stop streaming soon. I did not mean for this to be a 4-hour stream. But, you know, once you start dealing with trains... maybe like half an hour. Should stop sooner than that. Okay, train station. So now the thing we have to do is add yet another freight car. Really hope this track works okay. And hopefully our train just shows up, and we'll need to add one more freight car to the end. Yeah, so the train's coming. I hope I have enough to build a freight car. I do appear to have enough to build a freight car. So we gotta get on the train, stop it. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I missed. This train is broken. It's wrong. Can't do this. Okay. Let's temporarily turn off self-driving. It's dark on this train. Does this train not have any headlights? Okay, let me think about... Actually, this seems wrong. I think I did it wrong before. Well, I did it wrong before anyway. Because that actually needs to be freight, fluid, right? Is that something we want? What is that? Yeah, we need freight car, fluid. Oh, other freight car. So it doesn't matter, actually. Okay, I see. And then electric. These are backwards. Because as we come in, this is really confusing. The front of the train will be the oil, or the nitrogen, will be 2 cars back. So our fluid... This is our fluid platform. And then we have this other... This is our freight platform. And those should be facing... These can be like incoming. Maybe. And then outgoing, maybe it's handled on the other side, even though that doesn't quite feel right, but just do this for now. Okay, so this train will come in. The backmost thing is where the oil is going to be, and it'll hit this, so we should be able to just turn this back on. Did I destroy my fluid buffer? Oh wait, no, it's over here. Wait, now I'm extra confused. How did that train go that way? Wait. How did the train go home? That wasn't part of the schedule. So I had it right before. The train's got to come this way. Good grief. I did have it right. I just got confused because somehow the train went all the way to home base in a way I don't understand. And I'm about to die because of stupid poison. Okay. What is going on? We need what? We need... Coming from this direction, the oil, the fluid, that's good grief. So I did have it right. Fluid. Unload fluid. Unload freight. Should we just do this all on the other side? I don't know. Because the freight, we've decided we're bringing back stuff here. We're going to take some stuff. We're going to bring some stuff back. There's more room for conveyor belts on the other side. Let's just stick this thing down here somewhere. Probably not inside the poison. Maybe not directly inside the poison land. Okay, we may need to reposition this, but I'm gonna call it okay for this moment. We'll get this, and hopefully this plugs in. It's a shock, it actually works. So this train is gonna come through. Somehow our train got like a bunch of, or did I just drive it off this way? Is that all that happened? It didn't actually come from this way, I just kind of... And just to be clear, the oil, when we come from there, oil is there, yeah. Okay. Oh boy. And so, I don't even know, that's Sturgenbosch. And then we could go back to the other station. And then we have to come back here, Vinray. It's gonna be a little confusing, but I think we'll get it. Okay. V. Turn on self-driving. Let's edit the timetable. First stop. So this is basically the place we begin. This is where it's confusing because we have two train stations basically on top of each other, but we want to go to this one next. Then we want to go to here. Then on the way back, we actually stop at this one, which is so weird to think about because then the oil tanker, I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay, it's just going to be weird, like really thinking about the directionality of some of these things. But let's just say at Hamburger House, we're going to go, we want to load nitrogen. And at Hertogenbosch, we're going to unload nitrogen. Save, turn on self-driving. Is it going to work? Who can say? So it weirdly kind of counted us as being at Vinray. So what's interesting here, which I didn't actually consider and maybe could have worked for us. No, I don't think so. I think you still would have to have a load and unload. Is, speaking about load and unload, I gotta go set these. What just happened? Self-driving on, right? Okay. Are you driving? Goodbye. So we need to be sure that when we hit here, we're definitely unloading. And this will be an unload, but it'll be an unload on the way back, which is weird. I guess it could unload either way. Like this is always going to be unload. This is going to be unload. Wait, what? Incoming. So we have incoming, right? But when I go here, unload says incoming. Okay, I see. So that's where we unload. And then this will be load. So this is stuff that would go down the hill. And that's fine. So we have the ability to send stuff either way. We, in theory, have a way to like unload multiple kinds of gas, but there's no like gas filtering. Like you only have one kind of gas in the tank. But let's see if our train actually comes back to us. There are so many of these presents. Train, we're gonna come home. Okay, the train is coming. We don't have any freight set up or anything at the first station. Now the thing that gets pretty weird though is that like the coming back, we got to be sure that we hit the right places coming back, which I think we do. Like as long as the oil is always at this far end of the train, I think we're always okay. Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be correct. I mean, it's not oil, it's nitrogen gas, but the gas slash liquid tanker. So it's going to take that, and then it's going to be totally empty. The car's totally empty, which is pretty interesting. So we could do stuff on like intermediate stops and still use those cars, which is kind of cool. Yeah, you could get really sneaky about a super long train that did use different cars for different things as it went. Okay, now this train is going to go home. I'm just going to catch a ride through this present, this landscape of presents. Very squirrely tracks. Oh! Oh my gosh. I still had it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, what a catastrophe. Oh no. Oh. Okay, that was kind of cool. That was not. Uh, is that train ruined now? Is that like a un. Is this train unrecoverable now? Wait. No way. Oh, re-rail train. Okay, I see. That train is re-railed. This train is wrecked. So, how funny. We definitely don't want... Okay, I forgot that I had a locomotive here. That's pretty cool. Did that... We still good? And this will take us all the way... That's here, then to... Yeah, okay. I think we... Then Hamburger Heaven. This is a bad position for this train. I don't like it. I mean this train station, because it's just like right in the middle of all of everything. But it's when I was just figuring out train conducting. The thing that sucks is the thing we need is right here. So like, maybe build a train station here or something just to get... I don't quite know what to do. Maybe we try to get a train station built up here, because we've got to. It's got to be a pretty big station because it's got to accommodate all three platforms. But I think we could do it here, and then I think that's gonna do. Yeah. It's one or the other. Either we do the nitrogen gas, but I'm tempted to like not do more production down here. The thing that's kind of lame is like if we get into that, then it's I don't remember what we're trying to get. Oh, we're trying to get the modular frames. Right. Okay. Well, let's just start with some modular frames next time. Maybe we'll hand make some nice bespoke, custom, artisanal frames. Meanwhile, our Santa. Where do we get this freaking ornament? It must be. Yeah, you must be right, Ben. It's got to be Day 2's advent calendar, right? It's got to be. Unless it shows up on the tree in the morning and you have to steal it from the tree or something. I don't know. Oh, that's interesting. Like you think you have to go hunt. Like it's on top of some spire somewhere. Apparently our battery situation is working because the drones are still flying. Let's go see how many batteries we have at this airport. When we went through all the trouble to get the drones going and then aren't actually using drones for anything at the moment except to feed batteries to themselves. But I feel confident that we will get there for some of these like really low volume. Oh yeah, we got 1 million batteries. We probably can't even unload batteries anymore. Wow, is our battery throughput that low that we haven't even filled up? I mean, we have all these battery. Okay, so let's make a. I can't. Let's make an expensive one just because I can't afford to make a cheap one. We'll make an expensive one. Okay, so my plan for next time, I believe, is the following. We just try to make some freaking aluminum frames. We also try to, like, let's just build an aluminum frame factory. Let's build a supercomputer factory, which I think we almost have. Oh, this takes so much stuff that is expensive and hard to make. But I think we have these three things. We have, like, kind of mini factories for these, but I don't think they're very complete. Like, there's some, they're not closed loops. Meaning, like, I think I said there's stuff that's just coming out of containers that I was filling by hand. So I think it's those two factories. We have a very big computer factory somewhere. It's over here. Those are both computer factories. We have a huge buffer of computers. We have a chip factory here, and chips are one of the things I need. I just haven't actually hooked it together. So there's two things going on over here. One is this. We need circuit boards, which I think I have just like hand populated, but it would not be hard. We just need some, you know, coming out of here, we need to feed back over here into this. So that is imminently doable. We're still very slowly producing these high-speed connectors. We have a fair little buffer of them. And then over here, maybe I did actually get this as a closed loop. We have the quick wire and the copper sheet for making the AI limiter. So actually, I think we are good on those. So quick wire is good. The chips just have to come back around here. So that should be quite easy. One would hope. I can't afford anything. Let's make everything Mark III because I have so much steel. Hey, you in there? Come on, buddy. Something like this. I feel like something's not going to work out here and it's going to make me mad, but I mean, really, you'd want to siphon off after this merge. Can't even make a splitter. We don't have enough iron. Cool. Very cool. Come on. Just let me make a splitter. So much to ask? I just want to split some stuff. Just let me split some stuff. Okay. This is not pretty, but should. Oops. That is very not pretty. Just go right through those. Don't like that. But I'm doing it for now. Okay. So I believe we actually do have a fully functional. Looks like we've got wire. Looks like we've got quick wire. Looks like we've got chips. That's what this takes. So we are building. Our quick wire situation is surprising. Like, what is... Why is this true? We have a lot of quick wire coming in. It's backed up going out there, but here we just can't get enough. Well, it's because it's 210 per minute, and we're splitting it. So it really should be the 400. So really, we should probably go Mark IV all of that. Right? Because it's 60, 120, 270, 480. So really, the quick wire should be all Mark IV-ified. Wait, this is... Oh, it's not. I thought it was Mark IV. It's definitely not. And we are now out of Mark IV stuff. However, we have that just right down here, I think. I'm going to burn through our quick wire now. Yikes. I wish conveyors powered your hovercraft. That would be nice. Or jetpack, whatever the heck it's called. Okay, now we have absurdly fast quick wire, absurdly fast quick wire, still not really fast enough. Oh boy, okay, but this gets us these high-speed connectors, and it gets us these AI limiters. And we have plastic somewhere. This is all plastic. I think we're using a lot of it, though. So that may be a danger to eat into. So I think we'll build our supercomputer factory up here, and then the only thing we need, which is a bummer, is computers, which are way over there. Or, I mean, otherwise we got to get 3 things back over there. We have 3 things in this vicinity. Kind of thought I had computers going another place, but doesn't look like it. But whatever. It's not super far. Let's run some conveyor belts. Call it a day. So I think our supercomputer factory will cut down these trees. We will build the train station up. Probably here, like right across this span, and it will. Right now, it'll just load up with those heavy frames, I guess. And just go back, and on the way back, it will drop off the heavy frames. So we have to be careful of which car we put it on, and then that will let us make our modular aluminum friends, and maybe those get shipped back down here. I don't know. I don't know. Look at this mess. No enclosed factories. Maybe I should be enclosing them. How come I can't use this waterfall for hydroelectric power? Why not? Okay, I think we're done. I think we're done. We accomplished a lot in Satisfactory. We talked through some possibilities for what to do with heat. Continually not alt-tabbing to the right, to the correct thing. Binary paid some random streamer to play the sexy sax. Probably made their night. And yeah, here we are. That's all. That's all. Tomorrow, ugh, I guess tomorrow we'll try again with dog. I feel like we're close. I feel like we're close with the dog. And then maybe, I don't know. We got a bunch of heat-related chores to do. And then, yeah, Friday I'm busy. So, okay. Anyway, thanks, friends. Ben, life is yours. Binary. Kyle was in there somewhere. Chates shockingly stopped by. Ooh, heat was satisfactory. Ooh. It'd be nice if games. I was about to say if games had APIs, but I guess through mods you could kind of do whatever you want. You could probably create a mod that listens for WebSockets, right? That's probably a thing that you could do, and add heat support to any game that you wanted. Right? Right? Okay, that's all. Twitch plays Satisfactory. That is not a good idea. Let's call that a bad idea. Yes, done. Life is yours. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Why are you acting like it was a short stream? Okay, we're done here. I will see you all tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Very lovely of you. Have a good evening. Goodbye.